never get the votes the way it stands. There has to be an exchange from the DA. Unfortunately, agriculture is not here. Secondly, I'd like to go through the passport law, if you don't mind, and with the sufferance of our defense establishment. And let's go into the briefings after. Dahil yung passport, napakalaing reklamo at kinakailangan kaya natin sa lalong madaling panahon. So yung dalawang items muna unahin namin. Kung nais ninyo umalis, siguro bumalik kayo within an hour or earlier than that, makakatapos na po kami. Thank you. Pasensya po kasi yung urgent matters kailangan tapusin. Ang taas ko rito. Ewan ko ba? Layo ko sa inyo. Pasya. Tara. Sorry, we're a bit late this morning. In any case, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The organizational meeting for the Committee on Foreign Relations is hereby called to order. And while we await some senators who are occupied with various hearings this morning, may we call on Attorney Dana Alberto, the Legislative Committee Secretary, to acknowledge the presence of our resource persons who have attended either physically or virtually. Thank you very much. And let me officially indicate that we've upended our agenda this morning due to the urgency of certain matters, led by, of course, the top of the list would be the RCEP, given the president's visits to our ASEAN neighbors in Indonesia and Singapore. And thereafter, we will tackle the passporting bills that have been filed, given the number of complaints regarding passporting. And finally, I will hear the briefing and go over the materials you've submitted me, both from the Defense and Security Establishment as well as the Foreign Affairs. If you will, the Defense Group, who will be briefing us later, may excuse themselves for 45 minutes perhaps and come back when you're needed. Thank you very much. I'm sorry about the confusion.
With your permission, may we stay so that we could learn something from the booth.
Yeah, thank you. That's even better. Yes, you're welcome to stay, and your presence is valued. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Dana, as we were saying, let's recognize our very important resource persons this morning.
Good morning. The Committee on Foreign Relations would like to acknowledge the presence of its distinguished guests, namely, from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Secretary Enrique A. Manalo, Undersecretary Maria Teresa P. Lazaro, Assistant Secretary Henry S. Bensurto Jr., Assistant Secretary Jose Victor Chan Gonzaga, Assistant Secretary Gina A. Camoralin, Assistant Secretary Maria Angela Ponce, Assistant Secretary Raul S. Hernandez. From the Armed Forces of the Philippines, virtually Brigadier General Glenn Jun C. Kalambuhay, PA, and Captain Cheryl V. Igay from JAGS, personally attending today, I think. From Department of Justice, virtually attending, Attorney Freddy G. Ganchun, Attorney Ulysses A. Aguila, Attorney Mary Grace R. Quintana, Attorney Carla Isabella A. Nitura Kalugay. From the Department of National Defense, personally attending Undersecretary Angelito M. De Leon, Assistant Secretary Henry A. Robinson Jr., Assistant Secretary Pablo M. Lorenzo, Colonel Niceforo M. Diaz Jr., PA, Captain Armil M. Angeles, PN, Miss Celine Quezaya S. D. Cipriaso, virtually attending Undersecretary Arnel M. Duco from DND, and Faye Soleya Abdullah from DND also virtually attending. From the Department of Trade and Industry, personally attending Ms. Denise Chesca C. Enriquez, and virtually Assistant Secretary Alan B. Kepti.
Yes, sorry, Secretary. Who's attending from the DTI? Is anyone here physically?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Denise.
Okay. All right, Denise. Okay, thank you. Yes, she briefed me previously. Thank you. But Yusek Perry isn't here. That's fine. The arguments have been restated and stated many, many times. Thank you. Yes, carry on, Dana.
From the Philippine Navy, LCDR Dumabok, PN, virtually attending. Virtually attending from National Commission of Senior Citizens, Attorney Von F. Rodriguez. Virtually attending from NEDA, Director Nieva T. Natural. From Philippine Air Force, personally attending Colonel Thurman Fanugo, PAF. Colonel Glenn Albert C. Laguardia, MNSA. Colonel Alvin M. Hate, MNSA. Colonel Roper John B. Estepa from JAGS. Philippine Coast Guard, virtually attending CGRADM Ronnie Hill L. Gavan, CGCDR Benjamin F. Formentos Jr., CGCDR Mayor Benet Banuevo, CGLTSG Carlo Nico Aguilana, CGLT Gamrueras, Captain Lynn Santos. From Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, Undersecretary Pedro Cesar C. Rambuanga Jr. From DTI, virtually attending from DTI, Undersecretary Severina Rodolfo. That will be all, ma'am. Thank you po.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay, if I may, to both the DTI as well as the DA, the 18th Congress brought this bill all the way to plenary through the then chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations, now Minority Leader Coco Pimentel. However, it never went to a vote because it would have been roundly defeated. I myself opposed the bill, if I may be candid. And the reason was because of the very strong lobby from all the agricultural stakeholders of different ideologies and creeds. For a strange and unique instance, they were unanimous in opposing the bill. Hence, we determined no longer to take a vote because that would have been even more embarrassing if RCEP had lost in the Senate. What we therefore need to do is to go over the fears of the different constituencies involved or likely to be impacted by RCEP. Ang DTI, ang siyang talagang masugid na nagpa-follow up nito at alam ko ito, so maraming beses na natin narinig yung DTI at yung dasal nila na sana maipasa na dahil sa ating semiconductors, yung electronics industry at yung ating garments para maipasok na yung raw materials ng libre at walang hassle. Ngunit yung mga MSMEs, marami ring reklamo. Alam naman po natin yan. At I think those are the things that we need to address this morning. Unfortunately, hindi na kumbida yung DA. Ang totoo, sila talaga ang dapat narito. Kasi sila ang dahilan na hindi talaga manalo-nalo itong bill na to. Kahit ano pang gawin natin. Sabi ko na nga nagtatapat na ako mismo, hindi talaga ako pipirma nito dahil takot kaming lahat. Okay. Ngayon, I think I need the help of both DTI and DFA to work out with the Department of Agriculture better language, new provisions, more innovative approaches on regulation on importation and entry so that they do not feel that they will once more be attacked. The work of negotiation is difficult, and it's most difficult here in the Senate. Perhaps we can begin with the MSMEs, and I guess DTI, you could help us with this, given that the MSMEs also feel that they're barely keeping afloat in the pandemic, and their worry is that they will reap no benefits from RCEP, which is geared towards larger industries. Any response?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. If we may first kindly invite Asik Hepti, who is joining us in the virtual room, and then I will further supplement his response as necessary. Thank you.
Sir, ma'am, good morning. Audio check, ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, Madam Chair.
Yes, good morning. I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Yes. Can you just very, very quickly tell us what benefits the RCEP would bring to the MSMEs?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Honorable Committee. With respect to the benefits, Madam Chair, RCEP is one agreement wherein for the first time, ASEAN member states have included, together with the ASEAN free trade partners, a chapter on micro, small, and medium enterprises. And the intention is to internationalize or integrate the small and medium enterprises into the global value chain. So marami po mga provisions na pwede po talaga nilang magamit dito sa RCEP. Unang-una po talaga is that merong magkakaroon tayo ng wider cumulation pagdating sa sourcing
Wider? Sorry, I lost the word. Yes.
wider cumulation po. So
What's
sa
that?
sourcing, so ibig sabihin po pagdating sa sourcing ng raw materials, kaya mong i-source siya sa 14 na RCEP parties, and then pwede mo siya ngayong ma-export.
I think the concern of the MSMEs is not the imported raw materials. That's largely a concern of larger enterprises. Ang takot nila, hindi sila makakompete ng mga pumapasok galing abroad.
Well, meron din ho kasi tayong mga medium enterprises. So, capable din ho silang mag-export.
Yes, I think when we speak of MSMEs, where we have in mind micro and small enterprises. Can we address that quickly?
Okay. Under RCEP po, the coverage, to be technical about it, is small and medium enterprises. So, when you talk about medium, they are capable of accessing foreign markets.
Yes, but maybe we can address the small at the very least.
Well, small, basically po, magkakaroon din sila ng participation, maybe not for purposes of accessing foreign market, but at least part of the supply chain internally or domestically, and then eventually upgrading themselves to eventually integrate to the global value chain po.
Nowhere in RCEP is it stated that we're going to strengthen the local micro and small.
When it comes to strengthening the small and medium enterprises, there are so many ways to do that. Number one is that we have
These are
several.
not contained. These are not contained in RCEP, sir.
If you will peruse the several chapters of RCEP, you will find a lot of provisions that would assist our small and medium enterprises access the RCEP market. One is on the matter of transparency of rules and regulations when it comes to export. Number
Hindi naman kasi mag-export yung micro and small eh. Kaya they're
yung
not really interested in market access. They can barely cope with the domestic market.
Tama po, Madam Chair. But sabi nga po namin is that since ang direction po natin is that eventually, itong mga small enterprises nito, pwede rin ho silang mag-level up into medium enterprises, and then these medium enterprises will eventually be accessing foreign markets.
I
Now,
think
when it comes to opportunities po, yung mga
I'm
small
sorry,
enterprise.
Asek.
Yes
Yeah,
po.
market access is not relevant to them. I'm sorry. I've spoken to them on more than one occasion. I'm sure you and Christy and Denise have. Anong maipapangako natin sa kanila na hindi naman sila malulugi ng todo-todo at magsara dahil papapasukin na natin ang mga imported goods?
Sige. Maybe po just to sum up lang yung mga provisions po under RCEP. Number one po is that ito yung pinakauna na FTA na meron tayong chapter on small and medium enterprises. Ang laman po nito basically is that magkakaroon po kasi ng mga publicly accessible platform or information na magagamit po nila kung interested po sila na i-explore yung foreign markets within the RCEP region. And then meron din po tayong mga chapters sa e-commerce na kung saan meron din pong provision na magbibigay ng at least assistance sa SMEs to overcome obstacles in the use of e-commerce. Meron din po tayong chapter on committee on
If I may, the RCEP's very long, nabanggit na ninyo yung e-commerce. May listahan ba ng mga patakaran na i-adapt ng Pilipinas para magkaroon tayo ng legal framework dito sa e-commerce development? Dahil hindi pa natin nakikita yung sinasabing mga IRR o ibang guidelines at yung mga e-commerce bills na naka-pending dito sa amin, hindi ko alam kung naka-align sa inyo.
Align na align po yung mga policies
Yeah,
po natin
marami yun
ngayon.
eh. Marami
Yes
yun,
po,
hindi,
marami po. Marami po.
marami mga bilyon, hindi magkakapareho. So,
Ah,
alin dito ang tugma sa RCEP?
Una-una po is that yung digitization, yung application ng information technology, tapos meron po tayong transparency. So ito po sa customs
These are
procedure po ito.
policy guidelines, ASEC. These are not a legal framework as we understand it, a process, a system. Yun ang hinahanap natin. Meron na bang ganon? Baka wala pa. Kasi nga, pinag-uusapan pa lamang yung RCEP, baka wala pa. So, it's the burden upon us to come up with such a legal framework or such guidelines, or has RCEP and the Asean already derived some sort of framework?
Dalawa po kasi Madam Chair, yung pwedeng maging platforms. One is that if we're talking of legal framework in the nature of laws, halimbawa, or rules and regulations. So under RCEP, wala naman ho tayong commitment to pass laws to in a way align our legal regime dito sa commitment sa RCEP. But yung pangalawa po, yung operational. Yung operational po, may not need talaga mga laws because ito mga simpleng mga patakaran lang na pwedeng magamit po ng mga small and medium enterprises. And this is in the form of commitment in the sense that if you are doing business within the region, so ito yung kailangan ng mga small and medium enterprises. Kasi po wala ho silang alam paano gumamit ng FTAs, or wala rin ho silang alam paano ho mag-export or mag-access ng foreign market. So paano po 'yun gagawin? So halimbawa po 'pag pinag-usapan natin yung customs procedure, So paano ba mag-export? So dito po sa RCEP may commitment yung mga parties na dapat transparent ito. So accessible sa kanila yung customs rules. Meron tayong inquiry points na itatayo para sila po ay mabigyan ng assistance. And then of course, yung application ng information technology. So yan po yung mga halimbawa sa operational aspect. Of course, meron din hong mga provisions so rito and chapter that talks about consumer protection. So that is a commitment na yung mga RCEP parties dapat mayroong law sila on consumer protection. Tayo naman po, meron na tayong batas. But ito ho, meron ho tayong pending bill na gusto rin ho natin i-revise yung ating Consumer Protection Act. But mas maganda ho yun, but hindi naman ho siya commitment sa RCEP.
Okay.
Meron,
Sec, you continue to address medium scale. Ang
Yes.
pinoproblema natin, yung maliliit talaga. The under 5 million small. At saka yung micro. Yun talaga ina-address natin. Sila ang nagre-reklamo. Hindi naman yung medium and large. Yun talaga, talagang
hello?
ang tinatanong ko, yung maliliit masyado, yung mga sari-sari at mga home-based cottage industries.
Yung depende po kasi sa nature ano po ng business kasi kung halimbawa talagang maliit po siya. So siyempre talagang ang interest niya is domestic market lang po. At kung meron man mo na siguro sabihin na natin na challenge
Sasabi
siya.
natin na ipagtatanggol pa rin natin yung small and micro kahit papano. I
Ay
think,
tama po 'yon. Tama po 'yon, oo, kasama po 'yon.
kaya nga, but how? Kasi so far, all you've mentioned are market access, customs facilitation and information, digitization assistance, competitiveness, and customer protection. Wala namang kinalaman sa ating maliliit yan eh. With all
Ah,
due respect, anong mabibigay natin na assurance sa ating mas maliliit na nangangalakal din?
una-una po kasi is that parang transition po 'yan, Madam Chair, eh. Puwede ka ngang tama ho kayo, maliit ka at wala ka pong capacity to penetrate the foreign market. Pero kung meron po mga medium and large enterprises penetrating foreign market, baka po ikaw maliit, ang iyong magiging ano po, connection or link dito sa domestic, doon sa mga medium and large enterprises. So parang ito po kasi yung value chain na sinasabi ho namin. So halimbawa po, I'll give a
Yes,
concrete
Asek,
example.
but these are all highly speculative, no? We are not in the business of forecasting. We have to legislate. So, dapat nandun sa batas, ano ang magagawa natin? I think for DTI and DA, with all due respect, I'm sorry I keep interrupting you, but I have such a huge agenda that I really want to go through this very, very quickly. So, Asek Gepti at saka Denise, pati na rin yung DA, pagkat si Mr. Noel Padre of DA will be online very shortly. And I think the DFA needs to help us with this because you actually have far more experience than any of us in international trade and other arrangements. There really are two things that need to be addressed with regard to our oppositors. Firstly, with the regulation on importation, the DA has an unparalleled record of reckless importation. Kaya takot na takot lahat ng stakeholders, mula kaliwa hanggang pinakakanan na grupo ng mga nagtatrabaho sa pagsasaka, talagang galit na sa RCEP. If you were present in the DA hearings, Mr. Secretary, and all the USECs and ambassadors, truth is that they repeatedly cite the accession to the WTO in 1994, is it, as the beginning of the downfall of agriculture in this country. And they have data to prove it. So talagang binibintang nila yung WTO at yung pagpasok ng kung ano-anong mga produkto dito sa ating bansa na wala man lang isa regulation na parang sinorender na natin ang ating karapatan bilang isang bansa na i-control kahit papano ang pagpasok nitong mga gamit na to at mga produktong to. Ikalawa, yung problema ng modernization, yung binabanggit ni Asek, tama yun na mag-level up. Mag-level up, hindi lang yung mga sari-sari store at saka yung mga mom and pop operation, kundi mag-level up rin yung agrikultura, yung pinag-uusapan na mechanization, better seed, etc., etc. Lahat yon talagang issue. So sa palagay ko, sa DTI at saka sa DA, kung nandyan na si Mr. Padre, iisa ang ating pakay. Isa, panindigan natin na kaya ng Pilipinas i-regulate, na hindi natin binibigay sa sino man ang ating karapatan na i-regulate pa rin. Sige, mag-i-import tayo. Okay, given. Pero tulad ng Japan, tulad ng Korea, na sa totoo lang napakagulang sa pagpasok ng gamit, dapat maging masinop rin tayo. Wag basta import ng import kahit panahon ng anihan, kahit panahon ng open season sa fisheries. Talagang naguramentado na yung ating mga magsasaka dyan. Kasi maintindihan mo, talaga naman kadami-daming produkto, hindi na nga nabenta, mag-import kayo. That's one. Ikalawa, yung modernization. Kung tutuusin, 1994 hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin tayong ginawa para i-level up yung ating agrikultura at saka yung micro and small. Ayan, kasalanan na natin sa palagay ko. Pwede bang pwede ba nating sabihin na may kaliwaan? Halimbawa, yung DTI may gagawin sa micro and small. Yung DA may tulong na iaalok na yung modernization sa wakas. Dibdibin na natin at pangatawanan na natin. So I think that's where we are. I don't know if DFA, maybe we can hear from DFA as well. How do we address these concerns? Because unfortunately, we simply cannot drum up the votes until these issues are addressed.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chairman, Chairperson, and a pleasure to be here this morning. On that, dun sa point, I noted very carefully the concerns you expressed. And I was just checking kasi on one of the points that we'd be very willing to raise these points with our interlocutors. But please correct me if because the agreement as such, which is now open for ratification, in one of the provisions, it states that any amendments to the present agreement can only be made by the parties to the agreement. So technically speaking, the Philippines is not yet a party. So if practically speaking, if we try to raise the points that you mentioned, which of course are valid, I don't know whether we would be in a position to amend the agreement. Now, if we became a party, according to here, we can propose amendments to the other members of the other parties to the agreement. So that's the practical problem we might face to bring in these new points. If we were a party, and then we could make a statement that we are signing this or ratifying, these are our concerns, and we plan to raise them, and then we do ratify, we would be in a position to raise them to the other parties and propose amendments. But I think now, habang hindi pa tayo party, we might have a problem to actually propose amendments to the agreement.
Okay, but before we go to the technical / legal issues, in terms of actual substance, is there anything that we can do with these fears of rampant importation without regulation, as well as the failure to modernize both trade as well as agriculture?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could I ask my colleague, Assistant
Yes,
Secretary?
please. Is that
Liz-
ASEC Gina
Gina
Hamoralin?
Liz, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. The problem with the surge of agricultural imports, we should not attribute that to RCEP or for any other agreements, ma'am, because RCEP actually is just even before RCEP, we already concluded agreements with ASEAN and the 5 dialogue partners: ASEAN Korea, ASEAN China, ASEAN Japan, ASEAN Australia, New Zealand. So the tariffs are already low. So the value added of RCEP, ma'am, is
Yes, but
In-
ASEC, they will become zero in 10 years for many products.
yes, ma'am. But I think we
Yun ang kinatatakutan eh.
Ma'am, according to the RCEP, many of our imported goods from RCEP are mostly intermediate and raw materials, almost half of them. And the final goods are only around 15%. So for the MSMEs,
15% lang sila.
yeah, sir. So
Tapos
that
yung
means, sir,
agricultural, yun ang fear eh.
Sir, ma'am, yung agricultural naman, the RCEP did not cover the sensitive products like rice, sugar. It is not included. We did not make commitment. So,
Sige,
it is
you know what,
protected.
ASEC, perhaps what you can do for me is actually provide a briefer for agriculture as well as for MSMEs because they are really the main objectors. So, in the first place, di ba 10 taon pa yan bago maglibre? Tagal-tagal pa niyan eh.
Ma'am, yung 10 years na phase out, that really is for the least developed countries ng RCEP. Like,
So, hindi tayo kasali dun sa 10 years.
kasi ma'am, yung tariffs natin, may low na rin talaga.
Pero kailan magsisiro para sa atin kung hindi 10 years? Kasi yun ang pagkaintindi rin ni Chairwoman na Villar na 10 years pa. So, please correct us na hindi pala tayo kasama dun sa
Ay,
least developed.
Ah,
Kailan magiging zero?
yung zero, ma'am, dun sa mga more developed countries.
Kaya nga, kailan yun?
Perhaps, ma'am, a DTI will be able to answer that.
Yes, Denise.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Actually, ASEC Hamuralin is right. It really depends on your economic status.
Yes, that's right. But I just want to know very quickly, under what category does the Philippines fall?
We have products that will go down to zero in 10 years, 15 years, and 20 years.
Pero nothing earlier than 10 years?
There are products, the non-sensitive ones, which will go down to zero within those first 10 years.
What products are considered non-sensitive?
For example, industrial goods, parts of machineries.
Meron ba tayo nun? We barely have any manufacture.
Most of the products that are produced in the Philippines have a longer period before the tariffs go down to zero.
Yes, Denise and ASEC Gepti who's still patiently online, and ASEC Gina, pwede ba kayo gumawa ng briefer kung paano tatamaan itong dalawang grupong to? Pagkat sila talaga ang nag-o-object ng todo-todo at mahirap talaga kasi yun nga, there's a huge misunderstanding because the list of products is enormous, right? It's a very, very long list. And as a result, there's a level of confusion, no? Even among the legislators, kung ano nga ba talaga ang kasama. Sabi nga ni Asik Gepti, di ba, ang haba-haba ng RCEP na yan. So, can we make a briefer that's digestible in small human morsels para naintindihan namin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Chair, with your permission po.
Yes, Asik.
Madam Chair, maybe to respond to your question earlier, actually the opposition, if you were analyze it, you can summarize that into 3 grounds. One is fear of liberalization, yung takot sila na babahain ng mga imported products. Number
Okay.
2 is that number 2 is yung sinasabi nilang lack of consultation. And that number 3 is yung fear, yung ano ba yung mga remedies, may safety nets ba tayo?
I'm sorry,
Doon
I
po sa
didn't hear
number
number 3.
The number 3 po is safety nets. Meron ba ho tayo mga remedies to address any surge in importation kung halimbawa ho nabahain ho tayo ng mga imported products. But doon po sa first ground ho, yung fear na yon ng tariff liberalization, actually ho is that sinasabi ho namin na liberalize na yung market. At dito sa RCEP, doon po sa mga briefing materials ho namin, sa agricultural products po, 33 lang na agricultural tariff lines. Basically, ang inoffer mo sa RCEP. At yung 33 na yon na agricultural tariff lines, that's
Oh,
only
sige.
equivalent to 1.9% of the total tariff lines and 0.8 of your total trade in agricultural
Alam mo,
products.
ilista na lang kaya ninyo yung mga product para naintindihan namin.
Meron po, Madam Chair, sa mga briefing
Kasi hindi ko
materials.
talaga mabenta sa mga magsasaka itong ganito.
I-present na po yan, Madam Chair. Meron po silang kopya.
Sino
Kaya
sila? At saan
Ah,
na-present?
Sila po, yung
Sinong
mga ano
sila?
po, yung mga group of farmers, yung mga sinag,
Hindi
lahat po,
kasi
SFF.
kaya nga kasi medyo violent ang reaction diyan. Sabi ko nga sa inyo, 1994 pa nga sinisisi na talaga.
Yes po.
Anyway, I agree with you. It's really a fear of our failure to regulate. Sa totoo lang, kasalanan natin. Kasalanan natin kasi hindi naman tayo nagre-regulate ng maayos at we don't call upon our safety nets as quickly as we should. And secondly, I really think it's also our failure to modernize in many, many ways, whether it's e-commerce or in mechanization of agriculture and block farming, talagang kulang na kulang tayo dyan. So I need your help to explain to these stakeholders what's in it for them and what they don't need to fear, ASEC. This is what I'm calling on DFA, DTI, and DA. Kung nandyan na rin si Mr. Noel Padre, para makakuha tayo ng boto. Yun talaga ang problema natin. Pinagtatapat ko sa inyo, hindi ko kakayanin na makuha yung boto tulad ni Chairman Coco Pimentel dati, baka mauwi tayo sa kabiguan kapag hindi natin nasagot to ng maigi. Okay, is Neda here? I believe that virtually present is Director Bien Ganapin. Do you have any suggestions or other ideas?
Magandang umaga po. Good morning po, Madam Chair, and to the members of the committee. We support, ma'am, yung mga points na ni-raise ni Asik Hepti, no? In fact, we have been working with them also on how to make the RCEP more communicated to the stakeholders. In fact, Madam Chair, yung sinasabi nga po na increase in trade deficit sa agriculture, we agree na yung mga imports natin ay have increased over the years. But itong mga top imports natin, kung tingnan po natin yung datos, ito po ay mga produkto na hindi naman natin talaga pinoproduce sa country natin. Isang example po yung mga inputs for animal feed production, yung mga wheat, soybean oil cake, mga ganon. Those are, yun po yung mga agricultural imports natin na nagpalaki sa total imports na hindi naman talaga natin pinoproduce. But overall po, we share po yung sentiments po ninyo po na we should really address yung mga issues at we will be working with DTI as well po at saka sa DA at saka sa DFA on based on your instruction, ma'am. Thank you po.
And then also, I think as Secretary Manalo mentioned, we have to address the technical and legal reality that we can't make any amendments to the RCEP until such time as we're actually members. But in the meantime, is there a conditional accession? Can we withdraw from certain, if necessary, in the extreme case that we do not come to any kind of agreement with our stakeholders? Is there anything else we can do? Can we agree to disagree on certain provisions?
Madam Chair?
Yes, you're recognized, Secretary, please.
Yes. Well, with respect to withdrawal, of course we can do that. That's our sovereign right. Once we join RCEP, that's part of our right as a sovereign country. As to the question of whether or not we can make such reservation, under the RCEP, there is no such prohibition. So if you want to be technical about it, then you can apply the Vienna Convention on the Law of Treaties, wherein, of course, you can make certain reservations if necessary. But of course, that is something that we have to reflect on when it comes to the implications of that such kind of action.
Yes, but in the extreme case, as I said, not as a general guideline, we clearly can reserve our right on certain provisions if they will be detrimental to our own economy. Isn't that so, Secretary?
There is no prohibition. You can do that under the Vienna Convention of the Law of Treaties, but that will be subject also to the acceptance of the other parties.
Okay. Has all of ASEAN actually signed? Yes,
Tayo,
Secretary, please. You're not done. Sorry.
Who? Oh, me? Okay, thank you, Manager. Yes, in fact, just the other last week, Indonesia ratified. So now we have all nine ASEAN have ratified, and also the five other dialogue partners. So actually, out of the original signatories, the original 15, it's only the Philippines has not yet ratified. So in effect, the treaty, actually RCEP is already technically into force for those who have already signed. So, when this was discussed in Indonesia, we were informed that Indonesia had already ratified last week. But ma'am, if I could just point out on just one on going back to the what we were discussing about reservations. Yes, I agree that every country has the right to make reservation or state it. And there is this article which calls for a general review of the amendment of the treaty, the agreement, every 5 years, for the purpose of let's say updating it or making it more relevant. So if, for example, we were to go down that road, we could also cite also the general review, which we will certainly push for if we're not happy, let's say, within 5 years of the implementation. But I think every country would have the right to make a kind of reservation if it decides to ratify and submit the ratification. Thank you.
Okay, yes, yes, we understand the review process, but 5 years is a long time. That's 10 planting seasons, and very, very difficult to survive even 2 planting seasons at the rate we're going. Yes, are there any other safety nets or options for regulation for individual states?
Madam Chair, can I ask for the floor?
Yes,
Asek Hepti po.
Asek Gina was ahead of you. I'm sorry. Asek Gina muna, then Asek Gepti.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Regarding remedies, in RCEP, there is a chapter on safeguard measures. So in case there is a surge of imports to the Philippines from any RCEP member countries, the affected countries can also do remedies like prevent the further injury to the domestic industry. So there is a safeguard measures under RCEP, ma'am. So these are
Yes, may I know what the mechanism is? This is the problem with RCEP. Well, they cannot go into such gory detail. The truth is, people want to see the process. What will be the mechanism that will trigger this safeguards into play?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. First, there will be a complaint, of course, from the domestic industry, and there will be some investigation. And if it's
Who investigates?
the government, ma'am,
The national government.
the national government, it's the same with there is an existing also WTO agreement on safeguard measures. It's basically the same procedure, ma'am.
Yes,
And-
but it's basically hasn't worked.
Pardon? Import.
Well, it's not worked for us. WTO's been around for such a long time. We've never called on the safeguard measures,
If really needed,
or very rarely.
we have to prove, ma'am, that there is an injury caused on the domestic industry. For example,
So ang sinasabi mo, Asik Gina, kasalanan natin, di ba? Nandyan naman siya eh.
we could invoke it.
Yeah, we can invoke it. Kulang lang tayo sa reklamo.
Yes, ma'am.
Eh di dapat i-invoke natin, di ba?
Yes,
Karapatan naman natin yun eh. Kaya lang di natin ginagawa, dapat mas masigasig tayo. Yun parang ang dating sa akin, andyan naman lahat yan eh. It's how you use it. I think there are countries like Japan who have been very aggressive about this sort of thing, and Singapore that they're completely on the ball with these arrangements, whereas we just let things slide. Very, very often, wala naman tayong mabibintang kundi sarili natin, di po ba?
And yes, ma'am. And in addition, aside from safeguard measures, there is also the countervailing duties for dumping in case there is dumping in the country.
Ang
those
hirap
are the
kasi
two
i-prove ng dumping.
Safeguard measures, ma'am, is easier.
Yes, correct. Ang hirap-hirap nung dumping. Is that all, Asik Gina? And Asik Gepti, please?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for giving the floor. Just to supplement the responses of Secretary Manalo and Asek Gina. Just to summarize po, under RCEP, there are many safety nets. Number one is that, of course, upon deposit of instrument of ratification. If you decide to make the necessary reservation, you can do so. Number two is that correct that there is a general review provision. Although that will be done every 5 years, the fact remains that under RCEP, we have provisions on what we call modification of concession. So in the course of the implementation, kung naisip mo na gusto mong baguhin yung commitments mo, then you can ask for modification of your concession. Of course, you just have to observe the procedure. Number four, there are available trade remedies that we have maintained under the WTO. Ito po yung sinasabi natin kanina na yung safeguard measure. Yung safeguard measure po na yan, dalawa. Meron tayong general safeguard, saka yung special safeguard measure sa agriculture. And then meron din tayong anti-dumping, and then may countervailing. Yung countervailing na yan, ginagamit mo kapag may subsidies, yung mga RCEP parties na binibigay sa mga industriya nila. Yung anti-dumping, of course, talagang yung presyo binabagsak nila. Tama po kayo, Madam Chair, kanina. Ang challenge po natin is yung utilization ng mga trade remedies, hindi natin ginagamit. At ito ho talaga yung ina-address din natin dito sa RCEP. Kaya po marami tayo ritong provisions para tumulong sa mga stakeholders, para ma-educate sila, para magamit itong mga provisions. Kasi po ang RCEP and other FTAs, enabling environment lang po yung kinikreate niya. It's up for us to utilize. And then of course, other remedies po is that merong mga functioning committees po ito na lahat po ng mga issues, concerns, sa implementation, pwede pong ma-address. At yung RCEP Joint Committee, they have the power to act and resolve any and all issues elevated to them. So, yan sa pong mechanism. And then, of course,
Asik, hindi ako
lastly,
masyadong naniniwala. Yung issue ng Philip Morris sa tabako sa Thailand, di na natapos-tapos. 20 years na kami nag-aantay.
natapos na rin po siya, Madam Chair. Of course, ilang beses na tayo nanalo and drag. And
Sabihin mo
then,
ang totoo, ilang taon?
matagal po kasi mula, if I'm
Kaya
not
nga.
mistaken, 2010 pa po yun.
Ayun na
So
nga,
ngayon
kaya
po
nga
ay
wala masyadong
2022, 12 years na
naniniwala.
po. Well, ito po yung isa sa mga challenges po natin. Andyan po yung remedies. We could have, of course, resorted to, let's say, extreme measures such as yung mga retaliation. But sometimes po, kinakalculate mo rin po kasi yung mga effects niyan. But ang maganda po is that nagkaroon ng development, nag-sign po ng MOU, yung Thailand and Philippines.
No, we're
to
aware of
mag-res-
that. It's
Oo.
just the length of time is
Yes po. Yes
such
po.
that
Yes po.
it's effectively absurd and ineffective. Anyway,
Yes.
at this juncture, Asek, if I may interrupt, we finally have a quorum with the presence of our Senator JV Ejercito, the very, very good one. And is there anything that the Senator would like to state? We are going over a lot of different measures. Yung RCEP, kasi tayo na lang hindi pa pumipirma, pero maraming nagre-reklamo kasing mga magsasaka dahil papasok ka at dadagsa ang iba't ibang produkto galing sa ibang bansa. At nandyan din yung passport, saka yung briefing. So if there are any statements, you can make them now or we await the
I'll just,
better wisdom.
thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just ask my questions later as we go on. Just to like to hear first the DFA, in particular, regarding the topics for today.
Thank you, thank you. At siguro at this juncture, let's hear Mr. Noel Padre. Noel, kung ready ka na, from the Department of Agriculture, kinaladkad lang kita 10 minutes ago. So, do you have anything to add? Mas
Thank you,
kabisado ninyo yung stakeholders ninyo na ilang beses nag-o-object sa RCEP.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. We apologize for coming in late.
No, you didn't. We apologize for not calling you. Thank you.
And we take note of the chair's remarks made earlier on the need to modernize the agriculture and fishery sector. We agree and will continue crafting programs and interventions with inputs from our stakeholders so that we can continue our existing interventions, Madam Chair, to modernize and industrialize the agriculture sector. And on also the chair
Yung
mentioned about
regulation, yung
yes,
rampant importation, ano bang mga
yes, Madam
ipapangako
Chair.
natin? Kasi galit na sa DA, Department of Importation, DI na daw
Mhm.
kayo.
Yes, Madam Chair. We also take note of the statement earlier on the need to regulate importation. We would like to clarify, Madam Chair, that importation,
Kung sino ang hindi nagsasalita, hayaan muna natin ang DA magsalita. I-off lang muna yung kagamitan ninyo. Thank you. Noel, please proceed.
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with respect to fulfilling our mandate to ensure food security, the priority of the Department of Agriculture is still to improve our production and productivity, as well as our ability to distribute our domestic production from those surplus areas to deficit areas. We encourage importation only when domestic production is not enough to address our demand. We
With all,
assured
with
the
all due
committee
respect,
that
Noel, I have to jump up and
yes,
protest. The shortage in rice is a mere 3 to 7%. However, we are the largest importer of rice in the world. It doesn't tally. The numbers simply don't match.
yes, Madam Chair, we take note of that, and we will relay that to our principals in the department. But to assure you, Madam Chair, that domestic production, improving our productivity is still the priority of the department. And we will
Ano ang ipapangako natin sa
consult.
mga nagpo-protestang magsasaka dito sa RCEP?
Yes,
Para
Madam Chair.
matapos na, at hindi naman tayong kahiya-hiya na huling-huli ng pumirma.
Opo. Opo. Yes, Madam Chair. With respect to our agriculture and fishery sector in under RCEP, we assure the committee and the chair that we will continue to engage our stakeholders.
It's not just a question of consultation eh. We have to come out with concrete steps from your department. Kasi ang pinaka matinding objector ay galing sa tropa ng agrikultura. Kaya kinakailangan may masabi sa kanila o may assurance. Ano masasabi natin na hindi magiging rampant importation at the height of harvest time and the open season in fishing? Yung ganon, yung laging lang daing. Natotoo naman kasi nakikita naman natin sa merkado.
Opo. We take note and we'll consider everything that the stakeholders as well as the chair has remarked regarding importation, Madam Chair.
Planning ka ba? Planning ka ba? Di ba, Noel, nasa planning ka ng DA, di ba?
Sa policy po ako.
Policy. Kasi puro take note ka. Akala ko senador ka eh.
Apologies, Madam Chair.
Okay. De, biro lang. Naasar ko lang kayo. Kasi maaga pa.
We will also, yes, we have to obtain the inputs of stakeholders, Madam Chair, on what interventions will we will have to agree on what interventions that will address the difficulties in the sector. We believe in the participatory planning, Madam Chair. If we can get all the inputs from the stakeholders so that we can craft programs that will
Okay, ikaw naman.
address.
Paulit-ulit na sila eh. Paulit-ulit na nila sinasabi kayo naman.
Opo.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we
I
will
think ASEC
also
Gepti made the same remark that consultation is in order, and we are pleased with that agreement.
yes, Madam Chair, the committee and in the DA that the stakeholders have mentioned that to have been discontinued, we have reactivated it, Madam Chair, And we have had, I would say, some productive sessions with the committee
Naku, sa asukal
regarding
at
trade
isda,
as well as
yung
RCEP.
mga consultative ng asukal at isda, ano ba yan? Bakit naman nahinto? Anyway, okay, thanks to DA for your instant participation. I think at this juncture, let's take some action. May I instruct at this point our committee secretary to put together a TWG, and I am hereby volunteering, kung okay lang sa inyo, kung maaari, yung ating mga participants dito, no? So kung maaari, sumapi si Asek Gina, pagkat mukhang memorize niya talaga yung RCEP na yan. Si Denise, ganun din. Si Asek Gepti, kasi mukhang malaki na ang hirap mo sa RCEP, kasama ni Yusek Perry. At ganun din kay Noel Padre. Kung pwede, mag-TWG na po tayo. Ang gagawin ng TWG, kung maaari, unang-una, I believe that there's been a grave misunderstanding about RCEP. Kumbaga, allergic na lang, automatic na lang yung objection ng ibang stakeholders natin na hindi naman ubos maisip kung anong linalaman ng RCEP. Hindi naman maliwanag. So, can you together, please put together a briefer, a very simple briefer ha, yung sinasabi ko sa staff ko, kapag lumampas kayo ng 2 pahina, palo. Maikli lang, maliwanag lang. Sinong tatamaan? Sinong hindi tatamaan? Yung sobrang simple lang. Tapos, kung may bulilyaso, anong regulasyon na mai-invoke natin as locally, as well as the safeguards, safety nets, and other things that we can do, remedies that we can do. Ikatlo, ito, hindi na papel ng DFA. Pangako sa tubig to. Kaya, nako ha, wag naman mauwi sa pangako sa tubig ulit. At gawin na lang natin yung modernization efforts. I-identify naman ng DTI at DA ano ba talaga ang nagagawa ninyo para sa mga stakeholders na kaya naman nila tumayo ng sarili nila at mag-compete sa iba't ibang produkto galing sa labas. So if we could just address those concerns, siguro makakadali na tayo ng boto dyan. Kasi talagang yung RCEP matatalo't matatalo yan. Yes, JV, please.
Yes, Madam Chair, I agree. No, in line with the President's direction for food sufficiency and food security, we really have to, first of all, curb smuggling of agri-products and regulate importation. No, ma'am, if you may, Madam Chair, we are ongoing po yung sugar fiasco hearing, but I think this is much in line. The sugarcane industry development of which I'm an author was designed really for us to be self-sufficient, especially for sugar industry. This was enacted 2015, and 7 years after, yung 2 billion fund that was allotted every year, naging 500 million lang kasi unutilized because DA, SRA, together with DOC, masyado na silang nawili sa kaka-import. So, if this goes on, this is really against the President's direction for us to achieve self-sufficiency. So, Madam Chair, we really have to look into this RCEP to see to it that this will not be disadvantageous for the agricultural sector. Madam, thank you, Madam Chair.
Sige, maraming salamat kay JV. Malaki palang kasalanan natin, nagpasa tayo ng SRA.
Yes, ma'am, that was enacted 2015, no, Sugarcane Industry Development Act. That was really intended to revitalize the sugarcane industry for us to be able to compete again with our neighbors. In line with that, in 2016, nagpasa tayo ng anti-agriculture smuggling law. And sad to say, 6 years after the passages of this law, they have become irrelevant after. Kasi parang left and right na ang issuance ng letter of authority to import. Kaya sayang, no? Sayang yung 2 billion a year. We could have had modern sugar industry na, yung mechanized, modern sugar mills. But unfortunately, talagang nawili sila sa kaka-import. Thank you.
Tama yun. Maganda sana yung SRA kung magandang patakbo. At hindi katulad ng DFA, marami siyang pera. Binigyan pa ninyo ng 2 billion a year na taon-taon hindi nagagastos. Yung DFA, parating humihingi ng increase, hindi nabibigyan, kulang-kulang. Meron namang SRA na taon-taon binabawasan. Yung 2 billion na sinimulan, di nagagastos, naging maliit. Kada taon bawas, naging 500 million na lang. Ganyan sa agriculture eh. Pati yung Philippine coconut, laki-laki ng pera, hindi nagagastos, diyan ka magtataka. Okay, so pwede ba magtatag tayo nitong TWG, pero kailangan konting paspas dahil nagmamadali tayo. Sabi nga ni Secretary Manalo, tayo na lang ang kulelat. Di pa tayo pumipirma, nakakahiya na. How soon can we come out with a briefer? In addition, how soon can... So, isang briefer yon. Let's clarify lang kasi there seems to be a lack of information even among the legislators, no? There seems to be a lack of understanding. Ang output ng TWG, para madali na natin itong RCEP na to, ang output, unang-una, ang gawin natin, yung briefer kung ano yung mga products at saka ano yung mga time frame na magiging bahagi ng RCEP. Yung tungkol sa Pilipinas, yung meron sa Pilipinas, wag naman yung out of this world na wala naman tayo noon, wag na ninyo ilista. Para simple lang, para naintindihan. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng RCEP? Yun yung unang briefer, 2 pahina maximum, kasi alam mo naman, mahirap magbasa ng napaka-komplikado. Ikalawa, another briefer dun sa regulations, safeguards, safety nets, remedies. Kapag nagkabulilyaso, ang kinatatakutan natin lahat, magkaroon na naman ng Philip Morris Thailand issue na pagkatagal-tagal, pinagdadasal pa. Pero mukha namang may kabuluhan na, pero ang tagal. So, are there regulations that can come in handy? And thirdly, eto, palagay ko hindi na to DFA, kundi pangako ng DTI na tutulungan yung micro and small at pati na rin ng agriculture. Ano ang magagawa ninyo para tunay na ma-modernize itong mga produkto na ililista ni Asek Gina at ni Denise na papasok sa atin ng bansa ng libre o halos libre? Can we go through that? Tama ba yung sinasabi ko? Okay ba? Sang-ayon kayo doon? Okay, so Secretary Manalo needs action really soon. He has to report to the President, who's urgently following up on this matter. How soon can we come up with these briefers so that I can pass them around and talk to the relevant groups? This is DTI, DA, and DFA po.
Madam Chair, we can come up with those briefers, Madam Chair.
Mag-uusap kayo sabay-sabay
Yes,
para iisa. Para hindi tayo
po, Madam
paiba-iba.
Chair. Actually po, yung
Meeting
mga
na kayo.
materials na po, yung mga materials po namin na-submit, pwede po namin i-synthesize pa.
Dapat i-simplify ninyo. Para nakalista, naka-bullet points lang. Huwag yung essay writing contest. Masakit sa ulo eh. Ha?
Tama
Yes,
po,
Secretary Manalo. Oo.
Could I propose na within, starting today, 5 working days, so by next Wednesday, would that be okay?
Okay, mas maganda yun.
I am speaking on behalf of...
Self-imposed deadline ng homework, kayo. Kayo ang bahala. Ako, magsasabi pa nga ako ng 2 weeks eh. Pero si Secretary Manalo is under the gun eh. Okay, mas gusto ko yung 5 days.
Working days.
5 working days. Kailan yun? Bigyan natin ng date para
By end
totoo.
of Wednesday or Thursday morning next week.
Kailan yun? 14?
Kailan ba? 15.
Wednesday is 14, di ba?
Pwede, 15, morning of 15 September.
September
15, morning.
15 a.m. O ayun. Nako, may time pa.
Okay.
Pag umapak na ng hapunan, hindi na pwede. Okay.
Okay.
Sige, thank you very much. With that, I think we'll take action on the RCEP, at which you'll have to give me some time to run around and talk to the different groups so that Senator JV and I can get a consensus. Thereafter, after talking to the stakeholders, we will have to talk to the senators as well. So, yun ang importante. With that, we proceed to the next item on the agenda, the 3 bills regarding passports. The lifetime validity, the new passport laws by both Senator Revilla and Estrada, and the lifetime validity by Senator Tulfo. Who would like to posit the DFA response to these bills. Yes, Secretary Manalo, please.
Madam Chair, may I first just make a very general statement? And then if, of course, if you have any questions, I'm also being assisted by Assistant Secretary Henry Bensurto on the passport. So with your permission, I just like to make just a general statement. First, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Distinguished members of the Senate, ladies and gentlemen, the DFA wishes to express its appreciation to the Philippine Senate for proposing amendments to the Philippine Passport Act of 1996, especially the filed bills, as the chairperson mentioned, Senate Bill number 657 on the granting lifetime validity of Philippine passports to senior citizens, and Senate Bill number 691, an act providing for a new passport law repealing RA Act 8239, sponsored by Senator Ramon Bong Revilla, and Senate Bill number 1036, an act repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 8239, sponsored by Senator Jinggoy Ejercito Estrada. The department fully welcomes this opportunity to engage with the Philippine Senate in enhancing the Philippine passport law. I just wish to stress this is in line with our thrust in the DFA to further improve passport application process by simplifying procedures, especially accessibility to the general public, and also maintaining the security and integrity of the Philippine passport. We welcome the emphasis of the Senate initiatives in aligning the proposed amendments with the Philippines' commitment to the International Civil Aviation Organization. Also significant are the Senate bill's emphasis on recognizing the important role of technology in achieving a more simplified, accessible, and secure passport, Philippine passport. And as we in DFA continue efforts towards the adoption of a third generation passport, which will feature, among others, contactless technologies, the Senate bills could not have come at a better time in providing the framework in which we could build the future iteration of the Philippine passport. As the prime agency responsible for the delivery of consular services to the Filipino people here and abroad, we, of course, shall also be introducing improvements to the Philippine passport by working with the Philippine Senate and, of course, other institutions towards involved in the enhancing the Philippine passport law. In conclusion, we look forward, Madam Chair, to working with you and this body in also discussing with you on how we can further the improvements in the Philippine passport. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. So, what is the position of the DFA with regard to 657, Senator Tulfo, the lifetime validity of the Philippine passports? Sang-ayon ba kayo dito o hindi po pwede? Yes, ASEC Henry, Bensurto, you are recognized po.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Our position on that proposed, we're very concerned because under IKO, the limited validity is up to 10 years. And no country at the moment is actually doing that practice. And we did some inquiries with other governments as well to find out what their future essentially is on the validity. None of those countries that we have consulted also is thinking along those lines.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to point out certain practical difficulties with respect to that lifetime validity.
Okay, I just wanted to interject at this juncture because you mentioned the ICAO. Certain premises that have been relayed to us. Among them is that the ICAO guidelines only make mention of the passport having an expiry date, not a duration, as illustrated in the 8th edition, apparently, of document 9303. Is that correct?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, in document Part 9, 2.2 of the ICAO document, it states there, if I may, Madam Chair, in consideration of the limited durability of documents and the changing appearance of the document holder over time, a validity period of not more than 10 years is recommended. End quote, Madam Chair.
It will be noted that the operative word is recommended. It's not obligatory by any means.
Madam Chair, I recognize that, and we did, and that was the reason why we probed further into that word in relation to what is being practiced around the world, taking into account the practical implications. And one of the practical implications, Madam Chair, is that when you enter a country or you apply for a visa, Madam Chair, there is always a question with respect to the passport, date of issuance and date of expiration. And if there's no date of expiry, Madam
No,
Chair.
I don't think any of the bills is suggesting that there will be no date of expiry. It says that there will be a date of expiry, I think. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, let me clarify. The point on the date of expiry has something to do with the visa. So as you enter another country, you use a passport, but at the same time, a visa. In the application for a visa, Madam Chair, there is always a question of date of issuance and date of expiry.
No, I think this committee, as well as the bills, do not suggest that there will be no date of expiry. Mag-expire. Maglalagay tayo ng date of expiry. Wala naman nagsasabing walang date of expiry. Hindi naman pwedeng forever. So, meron rin tanong na yung ICAO daw, recommendation lang naman yung 10 years eh. Wala naman sinasabing mandatory yan. Pagkatapos may balita na sa Spain, yung passports for citizens over 70 years old do not expire. In fact, is that true?
Madam Chair, with respect to the inquiry that we officially did, with respect to the practice of Madrid or Spain, there's no indication in that respect, Madam Chair.
No indication of what? Which way? Is it true or not true that they do not expire?
Not true, Madam Chair.
So they in fact expire. Where did the scuttlebutt originate that they never expire?
Let me amplify on that, Madam Chair. That is in relation to whether or not a passport issued will have a lifetime validity.
Just a question, Committee Secretary, did the DFA submit a written position on this? Yes, there was, no?
Yes.
Okay. So what is your position finally on this issue about the lifetime?
Madam Chair, of course, we recognize the power and authority of the Senate, but in that respect, we wish to also put forward our concern with respect
But
to,
what are you suggesting?
we're suggesting not to proceed with a lifetime passport, but give it
Even
a
for
10 years.
senior citizens. Ang sabi dito, senior citizen lang naman eh, ang lifetime passport.
Indeed, Madam Chair, but even for
Pero yung senior citizen sa atin, 60, di ba? So, what are you suggesting?
our position, Madam Chair, is we limit it to 10 years.
Right
for
now,
various reasons.
the regular passport,
It's already 10 years, Madam.
so we are not giving the senior citizens any concessions whatsoever.
We're giving them concessions in other ways, Madam Chair. For example, in terms of courtesy lane, expedite processing of passport, make sure that we pay attention to them, that we prioritize them. But with respect to the validity of the passport, Madam Chair, this is not entirely within our how would I say, the practical implications goes beyond the borders of the Philippines.
Okay, so to clarify, the DFA opposes the Tulfo bill.
Our position, Madam Chair, if it's possible not to.
No, it's
put
just
that-
a yes or no, sir.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have a concern on that. Thank you.
The reason I'm saying this is that there don't seem to be any concessions for senior citizens. From Ilocos Norte, very simply, upon checking of available dates for appointment in the DFA's passport appointment system, your website, the schedule for passport application and renewal for the succeeding months are entirely booked up to March of 2023. So, in what way are you actually assisting our seniors? given that they cannot visit their relatives and family overseas until March 2023 if they're so lucky to get into this schedule of your impossible website?
Madam Chair, we are aware of the problems that have been encountered in the past. In the last 6 weeks from the time that I have assumed, we have adopted measures, both short-term, medium-term, and long-term now, to address those issues of appointment. If, with your permission, Madam Chair, I may...
But this has remained stagnant. You've been there 6 weeks. What have you done in the last 6 weeks to improve the situation? Ang tagal nito halos isang taon.
Madam Chair, we have opened the slots. We are aware that it's a question of slots also, and so we are continuing to open more slots. In fact, as of now, we have opened something like 800,000 slots already.
But the earliest date available stands at March 2023. Ganun ba yun? In spite of these 800,000 slots, where are they?
Maybe, Madam Chair, if I may go into the particulars of that, we're willing to address that because in terms of our system...
No, you'll have to tell us all about this. Unfortunately, Secretary Manalo already encountered this question during the Commission on Appointments hearing. I have no doubt that it'll rear its ugly head repeatedly. So, what have we done about this? This is almost a year. We keep saying we will take action, but there doesn't seem to be any improvement.
Madam Chair, we have opened the slots until December, in fact, already, and we continue to open some more months.
So when is the next available date per your website?
For our website?
Yeah, what's the next available date? Because upon checking, I got March 2023 together with my Batak constituent.
Ma'am, we checked it this morning. There are slots already available. However,
when? Date is the operative issue.
The slots for September is closed, beginning October, ma'am.
What year po?
2022 po, ma'am.
May I have a date when the next slot is available? This is a real question from a real person asking.
We appreciate that, ma'am. We have already opened the slot and there are slots open beginning October 1 po.
But you just said December, wala.
December po, meron na ring 200 slots already open.
So there's something available October, hindi na March. Tama ba yan?
Tama po, ma'am. October 1 to be precise. But are you referring to a particular consular office po, ma'am?
No. Your passport appointing system, that's all we have. We don't have a consular office. We don't have a DFA in Ilocos Norte. We just go through your passport.gov.ph. There's nothing there until March.
Medyo, ma'am, siguro I already had a confirmation that beginning October 1 of this year, up to December, there are about 800,000 slots already available. But if I may add, ma'am, coming back to the...
800,000 slots available?
Yes, ma'am.
You're sure,
Ma'am.
Are they uploaded on this website? Are you saying that your website is simply not up to date? And that, in fact, 800,000 slots have not been registered?
Thank you, ma'am, for that. In fact, that's one of the issues that we have found out in our system. So we're cleaning up also the system because we
So there's something wrong with your website. Is that what you're saying? Because that's the only access available to those without a DFA office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In fact, that is one of the concerns that we have, and that's one of the issues that we're also addressing to make sure that everything that's been done on the system will have real-time implications in terms of our website.
Napakadali nang gawin yan eh. Di ba kayo dapat magpatulong sa DICT or something? Kasi talagang thorn in the side itong passporting.
Tama po kayo, ma'am. So,
Pero in 6 weeks, you could have fixed the website. Madali lang ayusin yung website, boss.
Ma'am, that's ongoing. Let me explain pa, ma'am. Kasi yung mga appointments, ma'am, because there's a system, it has to be examined, cross-tested, before it's put out or rolled out into the open. And so there's a time for that. Usually takes about a week or two. I was informed by our IT people. And so we're doing that, ma'am.
Yeah, why don't you liaise with the ICT? Kayang-kaya nila yan. Wala pang isang linggo yan. I really don't understand because we did check your website repeatedly. The other issue, of course, is not little old ladies in Batak, Ilocos Norte only, but rather group bookings by travel agencies. May quota ba yan? Bakit limited appointment or limited slots per agency? Meron bang quota-quota yan sa mga ahensya?
Thank you, ma'am. Actually, yung mga quota sa mga agencies, we've done away with that, ma'am.
So no more
Because-
quotas.
Yes, ma'am. Every individual should have access to the appointment
No,
system.
but what is the procedure with travel agencies? This is the period of revenge travel post-COVID. Clearly, there'll be an onslaught of applications. What are you doing for the travel agencies? Ang daming reklamo eh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We don't have any special privilege for any travel agencies because we want this democratized.
Is
where
there
every-
any way to expedite group bookings? I think it'd be easier for you guys as well as for us if group bookings were also taken into account.
Madam Chair, we had an experience on that in the past, 30 years actually. And that's why the appointment system was democratized to give equal opportunities for everybody. The travel agencies that you referred to, Madam Chair, was one of the reasons why we had problems in the appointment during the pandemic. They
Okay,
have-
I understand that they didn't work in the past. We were all victims of that. So that's a necessary transition. However, the reality of group bookings are there still. Surely there's a middle way, is what I'm saying. Simply because they didn't work in the past doesn't mean that the problem doesn't exist. Can we do something to expedite group and travel agencies bookings? Kasi maramihan naman sila eh. So wag namang quota. Kasi nakita natin palpak yun. Pero anong gagawin? Can we suggest another way?
Ma'am, definitely we will take a look into that suggestion or idea. That's
Lalo na ngayon, di ba? Sa wakas nakakapagbiyahe na. Dadagsain talaga kayo ng mga application yan. Kaya lang, pag sinabi mo na totally walang group bookings, inefficient din yun eh. Madami sila eh. Pero wag namang quota. Tama naman kayo na inabolish na yun kasi doon nagmula yung kaguluhan eh. So, is there something we can think of na meron silang group lane versus individual lane? I have no idea. I don't do this and you're the professionals. Wala bang group lane versus individual lane versus senior citizen lane? I have no clue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me just state po, there are two ways by which an applicant can apply right now. One is by appointment and the other is courtesy lane po. So courtesy lane is accorded to those who are senior citizens, persons with disabilities, pregnant women, minors. So this is a special lane whereby people can just come in as walk-in applicants and they have no need for appointment. The other system po, ma'am, is by appointment. And the reason for the appointment system is to make sure that, number one, we don't waste the time of people lining up so that they come to the department at the time and date that they have a designated appointment, so their time is not wasted. Second po, this was also as a measure to protect the people and keep them safe from COVID po, ma'am. Now, going into the appointment system, the whole idea also behind the appointment system is to make it accessible for people individually. And so,
How do you make an appointment? Is it still through the website?
there's
Ayun
a
na
web-
nga, yung website nga ninyo, hindi nga makapag-appointment. Paano tayo a-appointment niyan?
we have Uh, Actually, ma'am, I just got a note from my people. If you access, ma'am, the website now, there are even slots available even in September po, ma'am.
Even in September?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. So maybe if one of your staff could verify, if we are wrong, in all humility po, I will
Hindi,
attempt.
kasi we checked naman a few days ago, baka hindi nga updated. Baka na-update naman.
Yes, ma'am. In fact, for Asiana alone, dito po sa Makapagal, we have slots available, a few slots still remaining for September. But I can assure you po that October is already open. Now, if there's something wrong po, I will definitely take a look
Okay, no,
and
no,
I will
no. I
get back
mean,
to you.
it's just a general concern about the delay in passporting. I have no doubt that you have an extraordinary number of applications following COVID. Nevertheless, I believe that we have to address these issues, no? And Secretary Manalo will encounter them time and again. You have the Commission on Appointments, you have the GAA hearings for the budget of the DFA, and so on and so forth. We just have to deal with the elephant in the room. That's been a problem for very, very many congressmen and senators' constituents. So we need to respond to them. Shige, so there's a there's a query here about the courtesy lanes still being by appointment. They're no longer by appointment. You can turn up anytime, anywhere. Is that true?
Yes, ma'am. The courtesy lane is an exception to the appointment system. That means people can just come as walk-in applicants, but they have to qualify as persons with disabilities, senior citizens, pregnant women, minors po. Madam Chair, if I may also add po, in addition to the ramifications that we have put into place, another ramification po to attend to as many people as possible is the passport on wheels po, ma'am. And so we have conducted several of these. The whole idea is to bring government closer to people rather than wait for them to come to us po. And so this is ongoing.
Yes. Yes, thank you very much, Asik. Actually, as governor, I exploited that possibility with resounding success. Yun nga lang, kulang lagi ang budget ninyo. Hindi naman kayo makapunta ng ganong kadalas. So, okay naman yun. Talagang nakakatulong.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. In fact, since you mentioned about the budget, may I take this opportunity, po, ma'am, for your help and assistance. There's for the continuance of the temporary off-site passport
right.
sites,
Yes.
because they're about to expire in December. Every off-site processes about 500. So a total of something like 20,000 a day is processed
Yeah.
with the 20,000.
Can you give me a letter explaining that in greater detail with some data so that I can justify an entry into the GAA? Okay,
Thank you very
I'm
much for
in
that,
full
Madam
support of that. Do we have any data regarding the increase in the number, if any, of senior citizens who need to renew their passport scheduled for appointment? May mga numbers ba kayo? Also, the increase in the numbers following the extension from 5 to 10 years. Is there any palpable difference?
We'll try to get the numbers for you, Madam
Sige,
Chair.
if you could, that would help. There are several recommendations in both bills regarding the new passport law. One is the provision of emergency passports. Is this justified under certain situations? What are those situations as far as the DSA is concerned?
In theory, ma'am, as a matter of principle, there may be some need for an emergency passport regarding emergency or special cases. For example, a person who has whose relative died and would not have time to to apply for an ordinary passport but needs to go home or needs to go to a certain place. A person who has to be somewhere and yet his passport was lost. And in those instances, for example, Madam Chair, it takes about 15 days as a clearing period before one could apply for a passport. And yet, if the circumstances justifies it, we have to have some leeway to allow that person to travel, but with some restrictions. But Madam Chair, I just want to take note, there are also possible abuses, and that's why we are willing to work with your staff to make sure that if ever we go in that direction, that the cases where it is issued will have enough safety nets and safeguards to prevent any abuse of that privilege. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, correctly stated po. That's why I'm asking, when does the situation merit the issuance of an emergency passport? Because by and large, we should conform to the guidelines established by the DFA. At this juncture, I think I personally have no further questions, and I brought to fore the questions relayed by my colleagues, and what I would like to do at this juncture is simply to call upon the COMSEC for a DFA volunteer, perhaps from the office of ASEC Bensurto, to join us to come out to the committee report. You have expressed your opposition to the lifetime passports, but there are two other passport laws here. And if you could, you already submitted as a department the position on several items, no? Pero siguro pwede nyo kaming tulungan para gumawa ng committee report, yung committee version ng bill para mahain na sa plenary. I think this is also opportune and a chance for you to institutionalize the mobile, temporary, and off-site efforts that DFA has made. Ilagay na ninyo dyan sa batas. Isama na ninyo yan. Kasi may emergency. Eh di ilagay na ninyo yung kailangan ninyo, yung mga off-site na hindi naman napopondohan, yung mga mobile, nakakarampot lang yung perang binibigay pero laking tulong sa amin. All these kind of things, siguro pwede nang isama dyan. Tapos yung mga special lanes, courtesy, etc. Yung linkages with DICT para sila nang obligado na i-maintain yung website ninyo para hindi kayo sinisisi. Maybe it's an opportune moment in the TWG to put all these things that we want to happen. Ang tingin ninyo?
Madam Chair, thank you for that. In fact, we're very grateful as a long-term solution for this temporary to become more permanent and tackling already on the budget on a year-to-year basis. I think that will provide stability and consistency in terms of our ability to serve the public, ma'am.
Yun naman, dapat ilagay na yan eh. Kasi hirap rin kami mag-budget. Alam naman yung sistema, di ba? Mahirap mag-budget kapag walang batas. You always need legal cover. And really, if we're going to pass a new Philippine Passport Act, which is due actually, kasi the old one is 1996. There's been so many changes and the world has changed since COVID. So I think it is an opportunity to put in the changes that we require, the realities of mobile, of off-site, yung realities of the marginalized sectors of the seniors, and then perhaps you can consult also with the travel agencies. Ano ba ang kailangan nila? Siyempre ayaw natin ng quota kasi yun ang panggulo sa buhay noon. So maybe you can consult them already so that we can come to a more efficient compromise. So I think these things can get into the Passport Act. Malaking bagay yan, Passport Act na yun. Baka yan ang pagkakataon na ipasok na natin ang mga kinakailangan natin. At saka mas madaling maglagay ng budget pag may batas.
We completely agree with the chair. We will definitely take a look at all those suggestions, Madam Chair, and get back to you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so with that, you have a TWG, ASEC Henry. We will call on you. And Committee Secretary Dana Albert, if we can put that together so that the committee report and the new passport law can be issued. Ipasok na po ninyo lahat ng kailangan, pati yung updating ng website para yung DICT, lahat ng mga DOST, tumulong na, maobliga na tumulong sa DFA. I have a final question, which I intended to ask earlier but forgot. Any update on the suspension of Taiwan on visa-free entries by citizens of the Philippines and 11 other countries? Do you have any idea what the basis was? And when it will go back to visa-free?
Madam Chair, the matter of Taiwan is actually handled by a different office. So visas are issued by that office, the MECO, which is independent from the department. But we will convey and relay that query to them. And if we are able to get an answer, Madam Chair, we will get back to you as soon as possible.
Okay, I think members of the media were keen to understand what was going on, given that the news broke this morning or last night. If you can give us any insight on the Taiwan suspension of visa fee entries, I'm aware that it's MECO and TECO dealing with that in bilateral terms. So perhaps the DFA can give us some information later on. We'd be grateful, but not too much later. Thank you. Yes, ASEC.
Madam Chair, just to convey our gratitude in terms of these new passport bills being introduced, because it now allows us to go into the third generation of passport, which is contactless, and hopefully, with the help of technology, we can update our passport system, making use of the available technology in the market. One of these, Madam Chair, is the possibility of having an app in our smartphones whereby one can make an application for passport using the app in their smartphones. But this is something that we're looking into very seriously, Madam Chair, and we'll definitely update your committee in terms of the progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. If you will allow a 5-minute break for the chairwoman, and thereafter we will start with our briefings as originally planned. Apologies. Thank you. not involved in the briefing effort. The DTI, the NEDA, as well as the DIA are excused. Denise, you can go, and I believe Asik Gepti and the rest were still online. Pwede na kayong umalis. At ito ay may kinalaman sa mga sumusunod: DFA, DND, NSC, DOJ, AFP, Coast Guard, at saka ating Navy. Maraming salamat sa inyo. Thank you for your participation, and we hope that you will join and participate in the technical working group for RCEP's speedy approval. Okay, we call on the DFA to first brief us to the extent that they can in an open hearing on the latest developments in the West Philippine Sea. Would the briefing officer be the secretary himself, or is someone else going to assist and present? Yes po, Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking maybe, and of course, I know you're very familiar, I would just give some general remarks, and then perhaps I could turn it over to Assistant Secretary Ponce to go into the more detail on that. So just to say that, Madam Chair, in the exercise of our mandate, Department of Foreign Affairs, on the issue, we are, of course, guided by the President's statement and pronouncement in his State of the Nation address, especially, quote, we will not preside over any process that will abandon even 1 square inch of territory of the Republic of the Philippines to any foreign power. And as the chair, of course, is very much aware, our position in the DFA and in other agencies is firmly anchored on the notion that we should settle disputes through peaceful and diplomatic means, and that and we are guided by 2 basic legal documents: the UNCLOS, of course, and the 2016 Arbitral Award. I think in a previous briefing, we mentioned the actions that the DFA has been undertaking ever since for the past few years, that aside from diplomatic protests, which have come in terms of notes verbal or even discussions with the Chinese officials, we have also participated in actions at the regional level, that is through ASEAN, and then also through the ongoing Code of Conduct negotiations on the South China Sea, which is between ASEAN and China. As I mentioned, we have also filed protests not only against China, but also with Vietnam. And of course, we have with China a number of bilateral mechanisms where we regularly raise this issue. Of course, in one case, the bilateral consultation mechanism, because of COVID, it wasn't able to meet for the past 2 years. But in my discussions with the Foreign Minister Wang Yi, we agreed that at the appropriate time, hopefully soon, we will again reconvene the bilateral consultation mechanism. We've also, with China, I agreed with their foreign minister to reopen the foreign ministry consultations, which were also stopped for a couple of years, I think also due to COVID, and he has agreed to that. And also here at our end here in the Philippines, our overall approach to the South China Sea involves, of course, all the agencies here, and we all meet regularly within the framework of the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea, which is chaired by the National Security Council, and that is where we discuss amongst ourselves the event, not only the situation in the South China Sea, but our actions and proposed strategies or approaches to deal with these ongoing issues. So, Madam Chair, that is just a very general presentation. Of course, we await you and any questions you have, and we'll see how we can respond. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Is Asik Ponce inclined to add any more to the presentation of this?
Thank you, Madam
The
Chair.
Secretary. Yes, Asik Ponce, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning. Maybe just to supplement with some details on the protest notes that we have filed. As of 31 August, we have filed 172 protests against China, 48 of which were filed under the current administration. We have also filed 2 protest notes against Vietnam this year. These protests generally cover the following incidents: illegal presence of foreign fishing and maritime militia vessels, illegal fishing, harassment of our fishermen and of our enforcement agencies, and unauthorized marine scientific research. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. In the previous hearing with Yusek Lazaro and a number of other DFA officials, a total of 388 diplomatic protests were apparently filed under the previous administration. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think this included the protests that were filed last year. And I think that was also divided. That included the protests from last year, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, would it also be correct to observe that, in fact, this protest had no palpable success? I mean, what is the point of sending hundreds upon hundreds of protests, aside from, well, annoying both parties?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The protest, of course, our assertion of our rights under UNCLOS and under the arbitral award, so that then with the protest, by asserting our rights, then we make sure that we do not lose them. Second, they also have an effect.
Yes, I understand, but 388 times, is there another way to assert our right that's not so absurd? I don't know. I just looking from the outside, they did not seem to have improved the situation in the West Philippine Sea. And in fact, what actually had some effect was the call last year of President Duterte, is that correct? During which the Chinese presence was withdrawn. Parang yun lang ang matagumpay na pangyayari. Pero yung mga protesta, parang nagkakaasaran lang tayo niyan eh. Ano sa tingin ninyo? Wala. I mean, just practical observation from the outside. Di ko kasi naintindihan eh.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Well, actually, the notes verbal or protest notes are the more or less standard approach. So every time there's incident, basically, it's just to put, for example, the country concerned on notice that we don't like the situation, or they did something and we have problems. And normally they respond to us. So that's standard. But I agree, if we're just going to rely on a protest note, the odds of anything happening are very rare. Though sometimes there have been cases where they have responded positively. The point is to put them on notice. That's why, in addition to the notes, we have other ways of supplementing, let's say, our disappointment or displeasure with a certain incident. We also sometimes summon the Chinese officials. They also summon us in Beijing. And then we have the other mechanisms which I mentioned. We have regular meetings with China. In fact, in the bilateral consultation mechanism, which I also attended before, we bring up our protest notes, but face to face, and they also hear our concerns. So, in a way, the notes serve as an indication of our displeasure. They serve as a record, so we can refer to certain incidents. But I agree, on their own, they may not succeed. They have to be backed up by other means. And at DFA, we're employing the means available to us, the meetings, etc. So these notes really do serve a purpose. Now, it's a judgment call whether we send.
So our sense is that the note verbal simply put on record the incidents to which we object. And in theory, it puts the other party on notice. That is the full purpose of a note verbal. When then is the other party's official called or summoned to the DFA?
Well, it depends on the situation, on the particular incident. If we think it's a new or grave incident, or something where we were really very disappointed, we will call them. In fact, there was a time when we were not on very good terms with China a few years ago. Basically, every day there would be summons. Of course, it's reciprocal. They also summoned us in Beijing, and every time we send them a note, they also reply with a note to acknowledge it. So, but generally, it's in combination. There's really no strict rule. Sometimes we do send a note and also summon them, depending on the situation. And that's how what we would normally do on that case.
Right. Given that the notes to a certain degree are mere record keeping, we should put greater reliance on bilateral exchanges. Isn't that right?
Yes, Madam Chair, I completely agree. That's why I think, that's why I actually proposed the Foreign Minister Wang Yi to restore our regular foreign policy consultations because they used to occur at least once a year, but when COVID came, then we kind of lost, gained inertia. Now, there were no meetings, but he's agreed to restore it. That's why I think that's an important forum where it's foreign ministry consultations where we can again reiterate these incidents. And then there's also the other mechanism. I mentioned the bilateral mechanism on the South China Sea, where we also, and in fact, that is the whole purpose, to discuss all these incidents in the West Philippine Sea. So those are all in addition to the notes. And every time we meet, we always refer also to the various notes that we have sent to them on certain incidents. So I think they all have to work together. I agree that just sending notes is certainly not sufficient.
No, at 388, at the score of 388, it begins to look ridiculous. I am curious, of the 388 notes that we did send, how many times did China respond?
In my
Writing, I mean, with
in
a comparative note verbal as well.
actually, China does not reply one for one.
Precisely, but
They
you said that on occasion they have replied.
yes.
Ilang beses?
They have replied one by one, but sometimes they reply with an omnibus note. So they refer to, let's say, 5 or 10 of our notes in the same note.
Pwede natin bilangin just for the heck of it.
Sige, we will study it. But Madam Chair, I'm also thinking perhaps in the future, and I have really talked about this, maybe we will probably revert back to omnibus notes ourselves.
Ayun na nga eh,
If we
kasi,
Oh,
oo, kasi,
parang hindi na.
unang-una, nakakahiya yung dinededma ka, no? Parang dinededma lang, sulat ka ng sulat na parang baliw. Parang sinusulat sa tubig, nakakawala naman ng dignidad at respeto. Unang-una, dinededma ka. Di ba? So, parang hindi yata maganda yung ganon. Surely, ikalawa, may duda ako na ito yung ayon na ayon natin bilang Asian. It's countercultural, kumbaga. Ewan ko, sa akin lang. Kasi sa lahat ng ayaw natin yung napapahiya. So, I don't know, is there a better way? Kung record keeping lang naman yan eh. Eh, sabi naman ninyo, no, expected action to be derived from diplomatic protest, simply to put it on record and the other party on notice. That being the case, is there a better way of doing this that is less confrontational and less anti-culturally Asian? I don't know if that's quite right, but we're all agreed that our tendency is for consensual arrangements rather than encounter, confrontation, and public disagreement. Yes po, Secretary, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, well, first, I'm also thinking to see how we can maybe send maybe less notes, but of course, have more substance.
Oh, yung omnibus.
That's, I'm seriously thinking.
Oblige them to reply.
Well, normally,
I think that's what I'm trying to say. Ayaw ng babaeng dinidedma eh.
well, normally in the protocol, if you send a note, the other party should reply. Because if they don't reply, then we would assume it's an admission of guilt. So normally their reply is in a way that explains their version of the events. Now, Madam Chair, I just want to make a point. This is only insofar as the South China Sea, West Philippine Sea issues. But many times we have issued notes on other issues to other countries. We have been able to resolve them through notes because there's a very particular issue And then they reply and say this. It's only in West Philippine Sea because it's a long-standing issue that very complex. You normally wouldn't expect a resolution just through the notes. But I think what's important also is if we do not send a note, and let's say an incident happened, and we don't say anything, China may think it's okay with us. So I think it's important in the sense that we put them on the alert that alam natin to, and this is something which we have concerns about, so they know. But if we don't say anything, then they'll assume it's whatever happened is okay with us. So
I respect and recognize the need to put on record our protest, but I'm simply curious if there's another way. Simply because they have not responded, there's been no effective change in the West Philippine Sea situation thereafter. So, kailan sila nag-respond? Ang naalala ko lang na talagang nag-react sila yung 2021 nung tinawagan ni Presidente Duterte. Tama po ba yun? Kasi nag-withdraw nun eh. Pero previous to that, wala naman nangyayari.
Actually, I was there in Beijing nung nangyari. Actually, we had already made many protests on. I wasn't here yet, but in the previous administration, President Aquino during we had made a number of protests. I understand on Scarborough Shoal. But then prior to the visit of President Duterte, I went to Beijing and I met with our Chinese counterpart. We established a kind of we called it joint. I forgot the term, but I met and we discussed the Scarborough Shoal. So it was actually, in a way, negotiated because what happened was we reiterated, but it was person to person. We reiterated our hope that we can resolve this Scarborough Shoal and that our fishermen should return. And then apparently we were assured in private that Philippine fishermen would return to Scarborough Shoal. That was done through dialogue, just discussion. But notes had been sent previously, I understand on that, but there was no action. So we had to reinforce it with this request in private to China. So that was the means of adding to what we had Scarborough Shoal, but maybe not on some other requests.
Yes, that's right. I'm just concerned that we've gone from one extreme to another extreme and then bounced back. Is there a middle way so that we behave like good neighbors and recognizable Asians, and at the same time, we make known our rights must be upheld? I think this knee-jerk sending of notes verbal is an overuse of a very good mechanism, and perhaps there are other ways to do these things.
Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct, and that's the approach we're taking. We've always agreed with China every time we meet that the issue on the West Philippine Sea is not the sum of all our relationship. We both recognize, China and the Philippines, that we have a broad and extensive relationship. So we focus on areas where it would be a benefit to both of us, but recognizing that we have a difference still on the West Philippine Sea. So that's how we're managing it. We have extensive economic, even political discussions with them on other issues, as well as cultural, etc. And in the meantime, we also recognize that we have differences on the South China Sea. That's why we created this bilateral mechanism para na ma-focus. That makes only focuses on South China Sea. Our other mechanisms can focus on other aspects. But even in that bilateral mechanism, and I agree, though not much action has been taken, we also discuss possible areas of cooperation in South China Sea. We have I remember we have something like a natural resources working group, which seeks to see how we can jointly work together.
Yes.
So things like that. So,
On virtually every meeting I've had with Chinese officials personally, they've mentioned they make mention, repeated mention of a lost opportunity in 2004, 2005, following the talks on joint exploration. in the South China Sea for oil, gas, and other natural reserves. They always go back to that, and they say that that was a lost opportunity. I think there are several resolutions in the House, as well as Senator Padilla's resolution indicating that we should restart that. I think that's another point of contact.
Yes, I agree. In fact, we had discussions 3 years ago on oil and gas, but there were differences, and then I understand they were stopped last year. But when I met Foreign Minister Wang Yi, I did mention our readiness to enter again into talks on,
Right,
on
that
oil
was
and gas.
featured in the newspaper.
Yeah.
But I'm not fully updated or informed regarding the 2004-2005 joint exploration. I was in Ilocos Norte, so I was wondering if someone could dredge up the old records and see what occurred then that made them so happy that they keep echoing it till today. Baka naman pwedeng balikan yun kasi that was a start. The other thing is, Mr. Secretary, you've talked about bilateral exchanges and the mechanisms surrounding that, but you make no mention of multilateral approaches. Surely we are not the only Protestant in the West Philippine Sea. Have we embarked on any other multilateral efforts to reach out to the Chinese as a group together with Vietnam, Malaysia, and the rest?
Yes, ma'am. Well, we have a number of approaches we've taken at the regional and even at the multilateral level. International level. At the regional level, well, the most active one now, though I admit it's moving at a slow pace, are the negotiations on the Code of Conduct for the South China Sea between the ASEAN and China.
Yes, if I may interrupt, hindi ba ina-expect yun nung August last year, tapos hindi natuloy dahil syempre na-COVID naman. So yung Code of Conduct, may pag-asa ba yan? Tagal-tagal na eh.
May pag-asa pero baka matagal. Because the problem...
Diba, ang issue dyan, certain countries, the more China-allied affiliated countries are very insistent upon a detailed rendering of a code of conduct, whereas others are perfectly happy with a more generalized scheme of things. Tama ba yun?
That's probably one of the fundamental things, whether the code should be legally binding or not, and also the substance of the code. But my personal feeling is, if it's very general, I mean, we already have the declaration on the Code of Conduct, which was adopted 20 years ago.
Kaya nga.
Yun ang general principle. So our view is, if we're going to have a code, it should have more meat and more substance. And that's where the negotiations, of course, are taking long because it involves 11 countries.
Kaya nga.
And ASEAN, though in principle our positions are the same on the general issues, pagdating na sa mga details, it's now 11 countries negotiating. So that adds to it. And also sometimes...
So if we have a declaration that's very generalized and schematic, as opposed to a more detailed, legally binding, and specific one, will it help? Kahit malabo pa rin. Okay lang ba yun? Is it better to have a new one or none at all?
I think so, because
So tinisin na lang natin yung generalized?
The declaration was adopted
2002.
2002.
2002 eh. Kaya tagal-tagal na eh. Tapos ina-expect ng ilang beses. Tapos di ba ilang beses na i-discuss. So I was just wondering, what's our end goal?
Well,
to come up with something regardless rather than nothing?
Well, we would want something more than a declaration. I think all the countries. But of course, the devils are in the details because it's quite complicated. In fact, maybe Assistant Secretary Ponce, who is our negotiator in the Code of Conduct.
But you know, Secretary, whether in the Senate, on the moon, baby steps are better than no steps at all. Are there baby steps that we can actually take regarding the Code of Conduct?
Well,
kahit hindi lahat ng gusto natin mapasok, kahit bahagya pa lang, is that already a success? Or should we just sit on the old 2002 agreement?
No, I think the general impression is we want to go beyond the 2002. That's why this effort now to have a real code. Because as you said, the 2002 are just general principles, about 15 or 16. And they're only principles, so they can be interpreted many ways. So what we really need is to have a code so that basically we can manage any incidents that happen on South China Sea to prevent them from erupting into either an armed incident or even conflict. And the whole idea is we have to have measures in place that will assure countries that whenever something happens, for example, we have ways of discussing it and preventing it from getting worse, or we have rules of engagement in travel, ships, etc., in the code. And I think the code will use a lot, even if it's not legally binding itself.
Kaya nga I'm just wondering if even if we don't impose the condition that it needs to be legal and binding upon all parties, perhaps a little more detail is already a success at this juncture.
Oh, I think my personal view, yes, I agree with that.
Kaya nga, ba't hindi na lang tayo pumayag dyan? Wala bang kaliwaan? Pinipilit tayo na magkaroon ng RCEP. Di ba natin pwedeng pilitin rin sila na usapan na itong code na to ulit? Kasi parang nawala na siya sa listahan eh.
Yeah. Maybe I'll give it to ASIC first, but before, just to say that, yes, ma'am, I think in our case, we could be that approach. But, the other countries, there are some countries who are in Asean who are insisting it be legal, legally binding.
That's right.
And so, and then you have China, which is, not, but, so that's a problem. We don't even have consensus even amongst ourselves. And so that in a way complicates the situation.
Are we able to make a code of conduct na tayo-tayo lang mga protestants sa West Philippine Sea?
Well,
Di ba pwedeng gumawa ng sariling code of conduct yung mga nagpo-protest lamang? Yung mga claimant lamang?
problema, we're all claimants against each other too in some
No, it doesn't matter. All we're talking about is a code of claimant. We're not determining ownership and sovereignty.
Maybe we can suggest that we have a group called
I mean, I'm not a professional diplomat. I'm just being silly, but I mean, it would seem obvious that all the claimants need to hold hands.
Yeah. Well, no, it's not. I think because we have a claimants group within the ASEAN.
Yeah, di ba? Meron naman talaga eh.
Informal lang. So maybe we can.
Why don't we formalize it and come up with some kind of code? Sa atin natin lang. I mean, first step.
Yeah.
Consensus building is a long and torturous path. I've learned that through legislation. And
in fact, recently the foreign minister of Brunei came here. I think during the inauguration, and
that's right. I met him.
And he's actually suggesting that not a code, but we meet more regularly about claimants.
Yeah,
I
mean, since the military are here, I even suggested na may mga joint border patrols, joint exercises of all the claimants. I mean, to that level, para tayo-tayo lang, pag-usapan ng kapitbahay, it's a neighborhood watch, homeowners association level. I don't know. I mean, obviously it sounds silly, but in practical terms, we need to do something.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think those ideas are worth exploring. Of course, we have bilateral joint border agreements and exercises, but of course, we don't have anything yet with the claimants. But these are ideas.
Multilaterals have their own gravitas.
Yeah,
they have a different weight, and the region is becoming more and more important to the world. I think we'd be louder and clearer if we were all together.
Yes, Madam Chair. In fact, if we can get that group to meet, I would maybe make similar proposals and see how they react. Because that group consists of Malaysia, Vietnam, and Philippines.
Sasama ba Japan?
ASEAN lang ito. But I'm sure Japan would be happy to observe.
Japan
we have joint.
Is a consideration, di po ba?
Yeah, of course, Philippines, Japan, we have joint. But I'm sure Japan would just love to be invited.
Kasi parati tayong bilateral. Kaya hindi tayo pinapansin. No, ewan, idea lang.
So, yeah.
Kasi yan ang gagawin mo sa barangay, di ba? Sa small time. O mag-usap muna kayo. Yung may angal, sige. Magbunuan muna kayo, maguntugan ng ulo. Pagkatapos niyan, mag-usap tayo ulit. I don't know. I think I am not I'm just being facetious, but
No,
the
no,
truth is, these are things. This is how things
no,
are worked out.
I think we can raise this because I think we're also need new ideas on how to approach some of these issues. And I think when I see Brunei again, I'll see whether we can get the other claimants to meet again, even informally. And then maybe we can discuss approaches. And then,
Di ba galing pa kayo sa Indonesia?
yeah.
Oh, that's why. So, Indonesia for sure sasama yan.
Pero hindi sila claimant.
Di ba sila
No,
claimant?
not South China Sea.
Yeah, Vietnam talaga.
Vietnam talaga.
Malaysia. Hindi
Yeah.
talaga, hindi sapaw Indonesia, no? Malaysia at saka Vietnam.
They have a problem with China, pero iba.
Oh, ibang storya. Opo. All right. Perhaps at this juncture, we can invite the military establishment, firstly with DND, to react to any of the items that have been discussed so far with regard to the West Philippine Sea.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much for this opportunity. I am Undersecretary De Leon of the department and representing Senior Undersecretary Faustino. The current situation in the West Philippine Sea remains to be worth looking into because there are certain concerns on security. In broad strokes, the swarming incidents continue. However, on the part of the defense establishment and the armed forces of the Philippines, we continue to measures in three general directions, Your Honor. One is, of course, increasing our maritime domain awareness and maritime patrols and aerial patrols in in the West Philippine Sea. We have resource persons from the Air Force and the Navy that could provide specifics to these. However, Your Honor, if it would entail information that's classified, may we request for executive session. Second, Your Honor, we also intend to increase capabilities to perform this task on increasing maritime domain awareness through the AFP modernization program. And finally, on this, the third
I
part
don't
would be,
understand. How is awareness engendered by modernization?
it would entail the acquisition of platforms like reconnaissance aircraft and our naval ships that would be dispatched in the area for maritime patrols, Your Honor. That would be pursued and that would be accomplished through our AFP modernization program. The third, Your Honor, would be leveraging alliances with our partners and allies in conducting exercises to increase our capabilities. Those are in general.
Alliances would be of help. I think the American alliance would be detrimental at this juncture.
Yes, until such time that we...
Kaya nga, so aling alliances are you referring to na makakatulong?
Yung our treaty partner, ang US po, and yung nabanggit po ninyo, Your Honor, kanina na in terms of the other claimant states, we do have certain platforms for exercises, specifically on humanitarian assistance and disaster response. Doon po nakikita yung interoperability and developing relationships between our militaries. In terms of China, we do have some exchanges, like training exchanges and defense engagements from a military to military perspective. We also intensified our routine maritime and aerial patrol.
Is our only military alliance with the United States?
Yes, a treaty ally. Your Honor.
Yes, that's right. So what alliances are you referring to?
Partners would be included with other regional partners like ASEAN.
That's right, but they're partners in general. They're not specifically military.
Yes, in general, but we do have
Wala naman tayong
certain
military
exchanges.
alliance kundi sa US, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor. Pero meron po tayong exchanges with them in terms of training exercises also.
Oo naman.
Bilateral. So yun po ang ating ginagawa sa defense and armed forces. In addressing also the security issues, we have intensified our maritime and aerial patrols in the area. Although there are incidents of swarming and intimidation, we do have certain measures to address, like also radio challenges and...
How do we respond to swarming and intimidation given that they're undertaken not by the military, but clearly by the alleged fishery sector, militias, Coast Guard, and so on in China?
The concern on this matter is addressed to an interagency mechanism. And once we have
Sorry, what?
interagency approach, not purely military, because we do not.
Oh dear. When you say interagency na nayayanig na kami sa Senate, ibig sabihin walang mangyari.
Not totally, because we do submit our reports to the Department
Sige,
of Foreign
so-
Affairs.
Ginagawa, halimbawa, just a practical application. Exactly what happens in response to the swarming that continues?
For example, our forces conduct radio challenges and shadowing operations also. And then we
What does that
conduct the
mean?
report. Radio challenges are standard challenges conducted by our aerial and naval patrols.
Yeah,
in
what
the area.
happens? They just answer the
Yes,
megaphone back?
yes, Your
Just
Honor.
go screaming back and forth across the sea?
Yes, Your Honor, that is standard practice. Of course, we do have some limitations. We do not want to escalate the issue and go into a full-blown military confrontation because of the disproportionate use of force. So we have to really manage carefully this situation.
Maliban sa sigawan, ano pa ginagawa natin?
Magpa-file po tayo ng information to the DFA for the DFA to
Tapos
conduct a protest.
Yun nga, yung
sinasabi po ng
yung
DFA.
sinasabi na walang kamatayang not verbal.
Opo, Your Honor.
File with DFA. Okay. Ano
So,
pa?
ganun po ang ginagawa natin.
Wala ba tayong magawa sa ating fisheries communities, sa mga nandun? Kasi, di ba? Yung swarming nila, yung Coast Guard natin, wala ba tayong magawa din? Wala ba tayong makausap sa Coast Guard nila? Kasi ang tindi ng bago nilang Coast Guard law, di ba?
Yes, I think that with your indulgence, Your Honor, I think that could best be answered by the Coast Guard who is represented virtually.
Yes, Committee Secretary, who's here for the Coast Guard, please?
Admiral Gavan, ma'am.
Sorry?
Rear
You're
Admiral
online.
Gavan, ma'am.
Ay, pasensya. Yes. I thought it was only the Philippine Navy online. It appears that the Coast Guard's online as well. Yes, ano ba nagagawa natin? Kinakausap ba natin yung China Coast Guard? Kasi sila yung pasimuno ng ilang mga swarming incidents.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am here representing our Commandant Admiral Abu po, and to share to the body what the Coast Guard has been doing so far. Ma'am, I'd like to note po yung observation nyo that the operational situation on the ground so far has been very contingent po sa political action. Just like the AFP, the Coast Guard has pursued intensified.
Ano ibig sabihin nun?
Yun pong mas malaki po yung epekto nung tinawagan po ng presidente ang kabilang partido kaysa po sa presence po ng operational units on the ground. Tama po kayo doon, Madam Chair. But to highlight, Madam Chair, what the Coast Guard has been doing in support of the
So
national.
maghihintay kayo hanggang tumawag ang presidente? Pero may mga counterpart naman kayo na Coast Guard. Ba't hindi na lang nyo tawagan? Huwag na niyo pahirapan yung ading ko.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Biro lang.
Leading to that, Madam Chair, may we inform the body that the Coast Guard, the Philippine Coast Guard actually has a standing joint Coast Guard committee with China. Medyo hindi lang po siya masyadong naging active during the latter part of the previous administration.
Yes.
But
No, I'm just curious. Why don't you meet? Why don't you become buddies? Why don't you hold hands? What did someone say from China? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. If you consider them the problem, perhaps you should ask them.
Yes, we agree, Madam Chair, but the Coast Guard is only following the policy direction of the state. If we are told to do so, we will do so, Madam Chair.
You have been told to do so. We're going to exercise our rights and never lose a single inch of Philippine territory. I think that's loud and clear, sir.
Yes, ma'am, it's loud and clear, but on the...
But you're still waiting for the president to call.
No, Madam Chair. Yun pong sa Joint Coast Guard Committee, Madam Chair. Because dati po, we were advised to lay low po doon. But that is a very good mechanism, Madam Chair, for us to reach out to the other side. With your wisdom, Madam Chair, and guidance today, we will advise for our side to pursue, Madam Chair.
I have no authority to order you. I don't think that's merited. We could all get into real trouble. No,
Yes,
I'm
Madam Chair.
quite surprised that the Coast Guard is sitting on the sidelines and waiting.
No, Madam Chair. Operationally, Madam Chair, actually, we are also doing our part. There are some
I think that's what we're asking you.
development.
What are you doing?
We have increased our maritime domain awareness on the ground. We have increased our patrols, and on the reaching out of the other to the other side, Madam Chair, actually, meron po kaming ginagawa aside from sa China. We are also reaching
Pero
out.
teka, kasi ito yung topic West Philippine Sea. Dito muna
Yes, Madam
tayo.
Chair.
Mahal ang gasolina. Yun lang ginagawa ninyo, paikot-ikot lang.
No, Madam Chair. We are also reaching out sa ating other claimants po, building on your wisdom po kanina, we're trying to develop a common protocol among Coast Guards to harness the power of our fellow claimants in shaping the operational situation on the ground. And
Hindi, kasasabi lang natin yan eh. Ang tinatanong ko, anong nagawa na ninyo? So far, you're just patrolling and you consider that adequate maritime domain awareness. Basta nagpapatrol lang kayo. Hindi, kasi, ang akin kasi, andyan yung Chinese Coast Guard. Bawal bang kausapin din sila?
No, Madam Chair. I think operationally, Madam
But
Chair.
have you initiated any talks with your counterparts in the PRC Coast Guard? No.
Madam Chair, following the Joint Coast Guard Committee, mayroon pong technical level consultations from time to time.
Teka, bago umabot sa technical, kinakausap ba ninyo? Just on a Coast Guard to Coast Guard basis? Wala bang technical, tsaka na yun. Magkasundo muna na kaibigan pala tayo.
I think that issue, Madam Chair, I'd like to, if I may be allowed, to refer to our intelligence community, Madam Chair.
Walang kinalaman sa intelligence yun. Anyway, I actually filed a Coast Guard bill and hope that my support will evince some kind of activity and initiative on your part. Parang wala naman kayong ginagawa. Coast Guard na nga yung problema. Di kausapin, di ba? Yun ang first line of defense.
Madam Chair, actually, we have been talking to them. Medyo calibrated lang po siya.
What does it mean talking to them? Kailan kayo last nag-meet?
That was January 2020, Madam Chair. And virtually...
Bago pa mag-COVID. Since then, hindi na kayo nag-usap? Informally or formally?
Because of the pandemic, partly, Madam Chair.
Wala na, endemic na si pandemic eh.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so walang ginagawa po yung Coast Guard. Yusek, paano to? Yusek De Leon, sabi ninyo, ang Coast Guard ang bahala, ngunit nung kinausap natin ang Coast Guard, mula pa ng 2020, wala pa silang pakikisuyo o pakikipag-usap sa kanilang counterpart na Coast Guard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and we realize the manifestations of the Madam Chair that something has to be done. However, just for the record, Madam Chair, the conduct of intensified maritime patrols in the area has indeed limited the movement of China in particular. The more important matter on this is that it does not become the new normal. Meaning, the part of China probably, they would realize that we continue to exercise our sovereignty and sovereign rights in the areas in the West Philippine Sea. So I think, Madam Chair, that is the more important thing that should be considered. Insofar as the security sector, Madam Chair, the coordinated actions governed by the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea. So if we may be able to hear also matters at the NTFWPS level, that is the coordinated mechanism of all interagency approaches on the West Philippine Sea, that could put more information as required by Your Honor, Madam Chair.
Yes, would anyone like to speak on behalf of that committee? Sino bang member nun na sinasabi ninyo, Yusek De Leon?
The NSC,
DFA is there, NSC is there,
yes,
the
nandun
usual
po lahat.
suspects po.
It's an interagency mechanism.
Yes, that's right. But I was told that meetings were stopped, of course, obviously due to COVID, and thereafter were supposed to be scheduled 6 weeks ago or something to that effect. Is that correct? Yes, Asek Ponce, anyone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The NSC, the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea is chaired by the National Security Advisor. And since the new administration, Madam Chair, it has met twice. So the last time it met was last week, and it was chaired by DDG Jericho, and it discussed it was chaired by Deputy Director General Jericho of the NSC, and so far it has been discussing the restructuring of the NTF as well as the working groups under this, so that it can be more effective in its mandate. It has also identified a set of I think action points in relation to the West Philippine Sea.
Is there anyone from the NSC here who can update us? You're clearly the chair of that group. So where's Dick? Yes, attorney, where's Dick De Leon? Where's the general?
Good morning po, Madam Chairman. Right now, the National Security Advisor and the Deputy Director General for Operations, Michael Eric Castillo, are on official travel.
On official travel where? Doing what?
United States.
To the US. Yes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you please tell Dick I'm looking for him? In any case, Shige, would you like to tell us something about the task force that you had?
The National Task Force on West Philippine Sea have programs or activities in relation to...
Yes, I know all that. Can you tell me what happened last week? Di ba nag-reorganize, sabi ni Asek Ponce? Update lang ninyo kami.
Apologies, Your Honor, but I was not able to attend the meeting po.
Okay, that being the case, so there is no one from the NSC here.
I
is
think
that correct?
Assistant Director General Chari is joining online po.
Okay, Assistant Director General. Can you tell us a little bit about the efforts of the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea? May nagawa na po ba kayo na maire-report sa committee at sa Senado?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Would you please put your video on? I have very bad eyesight.
Yes,
And
Madam Chair.
Zoom's not helping.
Yes, Madam Chair. I am actually not authorized to speak, Madam Chair, about...
The problem is your Attorney Lopez is unable to reply to the question. None of your top officials are here, and you're the only person, the deputy, who's available, and yet you tell us that you cannot speak and you cannot be seen either. What are we supposed to make of this?
Good morning, Madam Chair.
Where are you?
I'm trying to turn my video on, Madam Chair.
Sorry? Pasensya, hindi ko kayo nakikita. Pwede kayong magpakita?
Yes po, I'm trying to turn my video on. There. Am I visible now, Madam Chair?
No, you're not. Pasensya at nagpapasensyahan rin tayo. Mahaba-haba yung hearing. Gutom na po kami. Oh, there we go. Thank you very much. Okay, you said you were not allowed to speak. If that's the case, what can you report on?
As stated by our legal officer, we've had our meeting last Tuesday, and there had been agreements on reorganization to make the task force more efficient, be able to respond to scenarios, specifically what we've talked about swarming, so that we need not so that the Coast Guard or the respondents or the actors on the ground need not call the National Security Advisor when the action is happening. So one of the items discussed was to put together or to review the
Okay.
protocol. Yes, ma'am.
So, Deputy Gigi, kasali dyan yung Coast Guard?
Yes po, kasali po sila.
Kasi sabi niya, kikilos lang siya pag tinawagan siya ni Presidente.
Yun nga po, we discussed that there is an existing SOP that we need to review that so that the Coast Guard or the...
Ano ba sabi sa SOP, the existing one? Surely it doesn't require the President to call each and every one of the actors on the ground, as you said?
Yes, yes po. But there are items that need to be clarified, such as what would be the statements, when do we elevate the situation. So it seems that those items need to be reviewed.
Sabi ni Yusek De Leon, kapag may insidente, papadala ninyo sa DFA. Kada insidente, pinapadala sa DFA? Wala bang patakaran yun? Maraming trabaho DFA, nakakalat sila sa buong mundo.
Yes, Madam Chair. We also want to, that's part of the strategy to ensure that the DFA also files protests.
Wala pa tayo sa strategy, dear. Sa operations mechanism pa tayo.
Yes po. We realized that that's why the NSA wanted to reorganize and also to review the SOPs so that actors at the operational level are able to make decisions.
So in short, wala pa nangyayari sa task force. Organizational pa lang kayo.
We're reporting in our next meeting about the action points, Madam Chair, that we're to propose from proposals from various members, Madam Chair.
Who are the members?
We have the
You already mentioned, di ba, may DND, may DFA, may Coast Guard. Sino pa ba? NSC. Sino pa?
Yes po, the AFP,
So,
the
alin?
Armed Forces of the Philippines.
AFP, of course.
Yes, PNP po. Yes po. And there are also civilian members from Palawan, for example. Opo.
Okay. Sige. All right, thank you. I think we need to have a meeting with your bosses when they come back because we're not going to go very far this way. In the meantime, it's a little depressing to hear that the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea has not been activated at all after all these years and all these note verbal. Ang tagal naman. Yes, Yusek, please.
Thank you, ma'am. The National Task Force WPS has been existing in the past administration, ma'am. I think what
Yes, I'm aware of that.
what
But
DDG is saying is in line with the presidential directive to streamline the bureaucracy. I think that is what where they're headed to review the current structure of the NTF-WPS and put in more.
why is anyone going to be fired? Wala naman tatanggalin, wala naman isi-streamline, wala naman ira-right size na tao. Yung sinasabi lang, i-activate yung task force. Wala naman sinasabing tatanggalin eh.
It is activated actually, ma'am.
Kaya nga, if it is activated, what actions has it actually taken?
I could not speak for the National Task Force, but in a meeting with the President at the General Headquarters, having seen the structure of the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea, the President would like to streamline the organization and put in more focused agencies that could address the issues in the West Philippine Sea, Your Honor.
Yes, but I would like to hear what actions were undertaken by the task force. As you said, it's inherited from the previous administration, so it must have done something all these years. That's all I'm asking. What's it done all these years? Yes, anyone have an answer? Nobody knows what the National Task Force on the West Philippine Sea has been doing all these years? When was it established by President Duterte? Yes, Secretary Manalo?
I think it already had started under President Aquino.
Oo nga, matagal na yan, di ba?
After yung mga nung pumutok yung
Oh, yun nagkagulo.
Yes.
As you said, during the time when our relations with China were at its lowest point. Di ba? Nung nag-umpisa noon. So, Presidente Noynoy Aquino ang nag-umpisa niyan. Sa pagkatagal-tagal ng panahon, pumanaw na nga si Presidente Aquino, wala bang nagawa yung National Task Force? Yun lang tinatanong ko.
Well, I don't want to comment, but ang nangyari is they used to meet regularly ng panahon ni President Duterte. In fact,
Yes, that's
we
correct.
used to attend. But I think what happened was, after a while, kasi noon it was just focused on the key agencies. But then as time went on, so many agencies were invited to attend. So that at one point, there were even more people attending than in this room.
Oh boy, great security.
From different agencies. So, as in any big group, well, but you see, I think one of the weaknesses of the task force is their recommendations have to go up to the policy make, and eventually the president if needed. So I think that was the mechanism missing. Where do the recommendations of the task force go? And I think maybe the NSA maybe should have the authority to send up any recommendation. Because we would normally report what we're doing,
That's right.
and then we leave. And I think that was, at least in my opinion, maybe something lacking. How to get the recommendations of the task force up to the policy.
Was the task force created by an EO? Yeah, bear with my ignorance. It's a question. Paano itinatag yung task force? Di ba EO lang yan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was just created by a memorandum circular.
Oh, that's even worse. Okay, great. What's the date?
Memorandum Circular 94, dated 17 March 2016.
Okay, 2016. As a general rule, in my understanding of the military as well as general administrative principles, a task force should only exist from 6 months to 2 years. So this is 2016 to the present. It's high time for a new task force if it's still necessary, or some other mechanism that's more efficient, right? Because clearly President Aquino established this for very specific ends in mind, no? And that were paramount in 2016, but that's a long ways away. Siguro mag-isip tayo ng bago na i-promote. Malamang task force pa rin kasi maganda naman yon, pero dapat baguhin na. So just from general principle and available information, I think that seems to be the thing to do. Wala. Unsolicited advice. Yun lang. Okay. Thank you. I think I have on the list DOJ. Is there anyone from the DOJ who has any comment regarding the West Philippine Sea?
Yes, Madam Chair. Good noon, Madam Chair. It's 12:01 p.m. already. Good noon to you and to
Yeah,
the
that's right.
SFA.
Yeah.
And to everyone, my name is Freti Ganchun. I'm a senior state counsel at the Department of Justice. I handle the WPS and Maritime Matters, Madam Chair, including I am also the alternate representative of the department to the National Task Force for the West Philippine Sea. So the DOJ had been attending regularly the meetings of the NTF-WPS during the past administration. And I also attended, Madam Chair, the meeting of the task force last week. And so, Madam Chair, our comments. First, Madam Chair, I would like to say something about the diplomatic protests, including the conduct of patrols and the issuance of radio challenges. Then you stated something about joint patrols, and then also about the function of the NTF-WPS, as well as the multilateral approaches to WPS, Madam Chair. I took note of what you have stated, Madam Chair. And first, with respect to diplomatic process.
Hey, it's okay. You don't need to quote myself back to me. In the meantime, everyone can eat, please. There's no need to embark on another violation of human rights. Okay, go. Sorry,
Yeah.
back to you.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, it's 12 noon. Madam Chair, with respect to the diplomatic protest, the DOJ would like to put on record that it supports the filing of diplomatic protest because it has a legal purpose, Madam Chair. It's not just record keeping. It's because, Madam Chair, we need to prevent that the principle of acquiescence would be used against the Philippines, Madam Chair. Imagine,
Sorry,
Madam
I'm
Chair,
sorry, you're
if we
coming
don't.
muffled. What was it supposed to do in addition to record keeping?
Yes, Madam
Ulit lang
Chair.
po.
Yes, this principle of acquiescence, Madam Chair. Imagine, Madam Chair, if somebody is violating the
No,
law
wait,
and
what's the other principle? I know what acquiescence means. That's fine. What were you saying? That in addition to record keeping, ano yun?
it has a legal purpose, and that's to prevent the principle of acquiescence to be used against the
No, I
Philippines. Madam Chair.
understand that. Secretary Manal already mentioned it puts on notice the other party.
Yes, put
So
a
we're not
notice.
acquiescing in any way. Anyway, proceed.
Yes, and with respect to the number of diplomatic notes that we file, Madam Chair, for example, we conduct monthly, an example, a regular rotation and resupply missions, for example, to our, let's say, personnel in BRP Sierra Madre. That's monthly, Madam Chair. And each time we do conduct this resupply and rotation missions, China would block us. So each time that they would block us, we would file a diplomatic
Teka,
protest.
hindi kita maintindihan. You conduct monthly. You're very muffled. Can you come close to the mic, please?
Yes, is this better, Madam Chair? Is this
Yes.
better? Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. For example, just an example, we conduct monthly rotation and resupply missions, Madam Chair. And each time China, for example, would block us, so we would protest, Madam Chair, and put on record that we object to this illegal action of China. Because, Madam Chair, pag nag-commit ka po ng crime, ilang counts po ba yung kinumit mo? Ilang counts mo ginawa yung crime na yon, Madam Chair. So that's why we file numerous diplomatic protests, Madam Chair. So this is just to supplement also what ASEC Ponce has stated, an assertion of our rights, because if we don't assert our rights, we might lose them because of the principle of acquiescence. And with respect to what the SFA stated about sometimes they don't reply.
Teka muna, ano yung monthly ulit? Hindi ko talaga maintindihan. Pasensya ha.
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
Monthly
I'm not
flights,
there.
BRT, Sierra Madre, parang ano nga yun?
Madam
Yes.
Chair, may I approach?
Sec De Leon, please. Ano yun? Yes? Yes, okay. Is that all? You said something about joint patrols. I'm sorry.
Yes, with respect to joint patrols, Madam Chair, um,
Ang hina po. Pwedeng lapitan lang yung mic.
yes, legally, Madam Chair, that might not be advisable because we might be saying that the area is disputed if we allow joint patrols, especially in the enforcement of fisheries laws, Madam Chair. So baka po hindi advisable yung conduct of joint patrols. With respect, Madam Chair, to...
I'm sorry. You are afraid of an admission that this is disputed territory, isn't it?
It's not, Madam Chair, because that is our exclusive economic zone, Madam Chair. This has
No,
been
in other areas. We're talking about other areas. We're not talking about the EEZ, obviously.
Yes, pag territorial sea, Madam Chair, the more reason that we cannot allow joint patrols because we have full sovereignty in the territorial
Hindi
sea.
nga kasali yung EEC. Siyempre, hindi kasali yung EEC, ano?
Yes, Madam Chair. But pag territorial sea, Madam Chair, we really cannot allow joint patrols at all, Madam Chair. Pag hindi sa EEC, pag sa other areas, Mas lalong hindi po pwede, Madam Chair, kasi sovereignty na po dun sa territorial sea at well as sa archipelagic waters, no? So hindi po pwede, Madam Chair. A large part kasi of our maritime
Ano kaya
domain
sinasabi mo? Kung sino-sino dumadaan dyan, ang Amerika, ang Hapon, lahat dumadaan dyan. Lahat yun bawal? Hindi ko maintindihan.
Oh, that's freedom of navigation, Madam Chair. They
Kaya
can
nga,
pass
kaya
through.
nga. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na papapasukin siya dito sa teritoryo ng Pilipinas. Anyway, carry on.
Yes, so that's with respect to joint patrol, Madam Chair, just to put on record that we cannot enforce laws jointly with other states in our EEC, especially in the territorial sea and archipelagic waters. With respect to
Ganon, you've just
NTFWPS,
abolished the UN and all multilateral efforts. Okay lang, go.
yes, that's strictly in accordance. I took note. It is strictly in accordance with UNCLOS, Madam Chair. And with respect to NTFWPS, Madam Chair, um, it has met regularly under the past administration, every week, in fact, Madam Chair, and it performs a very important function, Madam Chair, with respect to the collation of reports. Kasi lahat po ng incidents, kinokollate po, ginagawa po ng ating area task forces. So may mga area task forces tayo, for example, based in Palawan, etc. They're the ones who conduct the actual patrol and make the reports. And this go up to the NTFWPS, and the NTFWPS would give this to the DFA to support the filing of diplomatic protest. So wala po tayong support
Parang
sa
iba yung
diplomatic
sinasabi mo
protest.
sa lahat ng narinig ko sa umagang to. What do you call this? What exactly is your job description, your item, your title? You're legal for DOJ, but entire DOJ is legal, right? So you
No,
are, what you are specifically
I'm a senior state counsel, Madam Chair. I've
a
been with
senior
state counsel.
senior state counsel. Are you specifically to do with the West Philippine Sea or foreign relations?
Yes, I am for the West Philippine Sea, and at the same time, I am the alternate representative to the NTFWPS. I've been with this matter for quite some time, Madam Chair.
Okay. What is your what in what way do you coordinate with DFA legal, for example, or DND legal? I can't understand the ties that bind all these different groups.
Yes, there is this coordinative, it passes through the NTFWPS because all diplomatic protests must be supported
So
by
everything
verified
goes through.
reports.
I'm sorry, everything goes through the task force. We just
Yes,
said that the task force is not operable.
it is operable, Madam Chair. All diplomatic
Ganito,
protests
simple na lang.
must be
Nag-uusap
supported.
ba kayo? Nag-uusap ba kayo, ma'am, nung ating legal sa DND at saka DOF? Maliban yan sa task force. Kasi ino-organize pa nga eh.
Yes, Madam Chair, they regularly attend the task force.
No, not the task force. Kasi nga yung task force, wala nga nangyari eh. Kasi nag-organize pa nga ulit.
Yes, under this current administration, twice pa lang siya nag-meet. Pero in the
Yep.
past administration, it has collated thousands, a lot of report, Madam Chair, to support
Yeah,
the
I understand. I
filing of
understand.
diplomatic protests.
Okay, I'm not belittling your efforts. I'm just asking how you coordinate with all the other agencies. Kasi naguguluhan ako sa katutak na abogado eh. Paano ba kayo
How to coordinate?
nag-uusap-usap?
Okay, so may area task forces po, Madam
Hindi
Chair.
ba kayo naghahatian ng trabaho?
May
Wala
hati po,
bang...
may working groups po, Madam Chair. May working groups yung task force.
Nako ha. Coordinate, working groups, patay kang bata ka, 'di ba? Pag naririnig mo yung ganon, parang sa gobyerno baka walang mangyari. Anyway, all right, I appreciate that and I also appreciate the complexity and difficulty of the problem. But perhaps indeed we should simplify the process
Noted.
and reduce the membership immediately. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. AFP, anyone would like to speak for the AFP, including the Navy? The Coast Guard has already been called. The AFP, please. Anybody would like to add something to the discussion?
Ma'am, we have prepared briefings, but of course, I think it will have to be forgone. But I have with me the vice or the chief of air staff of the Air Force and a staff from J2 intelligence and the J5 plans.
Right. Perhaps I can ask from the DOJ. Sorry, she's disappeared. Yes, ma'am, yung sa DOJ, kung pwede, isulat na lang ninyo yung sinabi ninyo. Yung tungkol sa joint patrol, I just want it in writing. The monthly rotational visits, about the BRT Sierra Madre, the other issues that you raised, pwede siguro niyo isulat kasi I'm not in receipt of any position from the DOJ. Update lang.
Yes, Madam Chair, we have drafted already. It's just that hindi lang po lumabas.
Sige, salamat. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, I forgot to ask you that. Okay, Yusek De Leon, does the AFP wish to add anything to the discussion? We still have quite a bit of context to go through with the American arrangements. Yes, please,
I think
Yusek.
none at the moment. We have already manifested our position insofar as the West Philippine Sea is concerned, Your Honor.
Yes, I'm concerned you referred me earlier to the Coast Guard. The Coast Guard being the lead in the response of the Philippines towards the swarming and other incidents. However, when we spoke to the Coast Guard, they made it clear that they still await orders from the President, hence have not taken any action. Are we to understand, therefore, that on the part of the defense establishment, no action has been taken?
With the permission of the chair, maybe the Coast Guard could make a clarificatory statement so that we could raise ambiguity on the earlier statement that they're not doing anything, because I believe the Coast Guard is also doing many things insofar as the West Philippine Sea issues are concerned.
Sabi nila nagpapatrol sila. Pero
Yes,
hindi pa naman sila nagpapatrol.
Opo, Madam Chair.
bago doon?
I think yun po ang talagang mandate ng ating state security forces to conduct patrols and maritime domain awareness. That would be in terms of knowing what is prevailing in the area. So these matters to be report to the
Alam mo,
NCLWPS.
with all due respect, no? Yung PNP sa amin, pag patrol ng patrol, umaabot ang panahon na pinagtatawanan na lang sila. Paano? Ikot lang ng ikot, naggagasta ng gasolina, pero wala namang ginagawa.
Tama po kayo, Madam Chair. And we
Paano yun?
acknowledge
Ikot
that.
ng ikot.
Yes, but there are certain limitations to our actions because we do not want to escalate the situation into a full-blown military confrontation, Madam Chair, such that we have to resort to other
No,
diplomatic
I'm
means.
not asking you to be a casus belli. I'm asking you what else we can do.
Once violations of our territorial integrity are made aware of, we do submit our reports in the NTFWPS for the appropriate diplomatic actions by the concerned agencies, Madam Chair.
Yes, but we're all aware that swarming has become the new normal in addition to COVID, face masks, and all these other inconveniences. What else are we doing aside from these patrols?
In terms of capability development, we have made strides in developing our occupied islands, Madam Chair, especially in the Pagasa Island, the airfield. Barring any other problems on weather, is on track with a few percentage slippage in the construction. In terms of life support facilities in our occupied islands, like desalination and shelter.
Sige, can you submit those actions?
We will,
Because
Madam Chair.
what you submitted were all policy which we're more or less aware of. So siguro what you can share with us, ano yung ginagawa ninyo? Kasi parang yung Coast Guard, pwede rin kayo mag-submit at may note ako dito mula kay NSC Deputy Director General Michael Eric Castillo na may idadagdag daw. Yes, you're recognized. DDG Castillo, please.
Madam Chair, good afternoon.
Yes, you're recognized.
Yes, ma'am. I think we have to recognize the limitations of our Coast Guard and our Philippine Navy in terms of what they can do. I think for the long term, the option really is to to modernize our Philippine Coast Guard and to also, increase the budget of the Defense Department for the AAP modernization program because
Yes,
the lack of
DDG, that's not an answer the Senate is going to be happy with.
yes, of course, Madam Chair, but in the long run, that is the one that is needed. But in the short run, of
Yes,
course,
we're only talking about today.
yes, ma'am.
Wala pong long run. Ngayon lang.
Okay po. Yes, ma'am. We on the part of the NSC, we are currently as the chair of the National Task Force on the West Philippines, we are currently fixing the organizational structure of the task force so that we could improve the processes by which we deliberate on issues and come up with decisions. Of course, we are also coming up with various approaches on how to deal with our challenges in the West Philippine Sea. Because at the end of the day, what we wanted to see is a change of behavior on the part of China and other
Ganito na lang. Ganito na lang. DDG, Attorney Lopez, at pati na rin si Yuse, kung libre kayo. Kailan ba ang balik ni na sino ba nandyan? Kailan ba ang balik ni na Professor Carlos? Sino ba ang, di ba NSC, di ba kay Professor Carlos?
Yes, ma'am.
O kailan ang balik niya?
On the 17th po.
On the 17th. Pwede ba tayo magkasundo at pag-usapan to?
Yes, ma'am.
Kung anong gagawin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May idadagdag ba yung PNP? Thank you very much. So can we schedule, Committee Secretary, whether as an open hearing or as an executive session, a meeting with both the NSC, its full complement, together with Yusek De Leon, and perhaps the DND Secretary para magkaliwanagan tayo kasi naguguluhan po kami. Okay? Salamat. Okay, so that's after the 17th at some point, presumably after the UN and so on. In any case, I think the security and defense establishment needs to come up with a strategy that's more clear-cut. Right now, I'm not hearing very much tactically, operationally, or strategically. Kaya siguro mag-usap-usap muna tayo. Baka meron naman, di ko lang naintindihan. Okay? So, yun na lang muna yung schedule natin. At in the meantime, siguro si Asek Ponce, kung pwedeng gumawa lang ng summary para makita lang natin yung summary nung bilateral efforts natin and multilateral or regional efforts. Kahit paano lang. Tapos, I think at this juncture, I think Secretary Manalo has many ideas as well and is hugely experienced from his family and personal working years. Siguro, you can also, in addition to just reporting on what you've done, in addition, pwede na rin ninyo idagdag yung ways forward. Yung mga ideas ninyo, how do we push forward on the West Philippine Sea? Kasi Secretary Manalo has mentioned several efforts, including the ministerial level effort na pwede mag one-to-one na ulit with Minister Wang Yi and the revival the bilateral consultations and other mechanisms. Siguro pwede na yun, ilagay na ninyo yung ways forward. Basta maikli lang, para ma-report ko rin. Kasi alam naman ninyo lahat tayo may amo. So, ganun lang. Pwede. Okay. Thank you. And then, mag-meeting na lang tayo so that Yusek De Leon will also be more comfortable in a closed session if that is required, as well as Attorney Lopez and the two DGGs of NSC. So, tuloy na tayo sa American Military Alliance. We call on DFA and the Philippine Commission on Visiting Forces. Who heads the Philippine Commission on Visiting Forces now, please? Yes po. Please introduce yourself po. Pasensya, hindi ko mabasa. Kayo kaya kilala ng sarili niyo po.
I am Undersecretary Pedro Cesar Ambuanga, the Executive Director of the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces. As of November 29 to 2019, the shop was transferred from the Office of the President to be an attached unit of the Department of Foreign Affairs. So, with the permission of Secretary Manalo, who is the chairman of the Presidential Commission on Visiting Forces, I would like to talk about the PCBF. What is the PCBF? What is the BFA? Visiting Forces Agreement between the United States and the Philippines. When the U.S. bases was
Sir?
removed from our country,
With all due respect, we are aware what the VFA is. Can we proceed to dates?
okay, updates. The Visiting Forces Agreement came into public because of the threat of the termination of the BFA.
Gusto kaya tayo?
There was a DFA note verbal on 11 February 2020 informing the United States that we are intending to abrogate the BFA. So,
Opo, alam na namin yun eh. Di ba? Nung kay Presidente Duterte.
yes,
Sir, ano pa yung latest na latest?
ang latest, ma'am, is while because of the pandemic, the activities of the MDB SEB, or the Mutual Defense Board and Security Engagement Board, was slackened. And
So when was your last meeting na lang? Philippine Commission on Visiting Forces. Kaya yung pinakahuling tagpuan ninyo.
yeah, on March to April 2020, the U.S. side and the Philippine side had a what we call a VFA talks, and we have had five rounds of talks with the U.S. counterparts, and the result of this is the technical arrangement agreement between the United States and the Philippines. The technical arrangement is the result of the Visiting Forces Agreement talks from March to April to 2021 to iron out and clarify implementation procedures with respect to Article 5 of the Visiting Forces Agreement. The benefit of the technical arrangement agreed upon by the U.S. representative and the Philippine side are the following. In general, technical arrangement intends to ensure that there is parity in the implementation of Section 5 of the BFA and that the procedures are mutually agreed upon by both sides. Number two, on the matter of transmittal of notification and communication, both sides agreed to employ the use of electronic mail in order to more speedily and efficiently deliver the same. The Philippine side was also able to ensure that copies of the following very important communications relating to jurisdiction shall be transmitted via diplomatic channels. The first is request for waiver of primary jurisdiction, the determination of cases of particular importance, the determination of official duty, the determination of need to review certificate of official duty, and notification of the authorities
of either government that it will not exercise its right to primary jurisdiction. On the matter of request for custody, the Philippine side was able to negotiate that such requests be made in writing, and further, a provision was also added to indicate the need for Philippine side to acknowledge receipt of request of the request. This addition thereby avoids the interpretation that the submission of a mere request automatically triggers the obligation on the Philippine side to transfer custody over an erring U.S. personnel from the Suez side. The technical arrangement also identifies points of contact for both Philippines and the United States for immediate notification in case of arrest or detention of U.S. personnel by Philippine authorities.
Susek, hindi po ba sinabit na ninyo ito sa position paper? May sinabit na kayo
Yes,
na ngayon binabasa? Parang nabasa ko na eh.
Oo.
Okay, shall we just insert into the record for lack of material time?
Yeah, itong technical arrangement is what came out of the talks. And dinetail din doon yung procedures kung how to go about yung ticklish problems between the US and the US and the Philippines on Article 5, specifically on jurisdiction.
That's right.
So, ang dito is they tasked us and the United States side to organize a committee.
Yes.
That will really handle these cases. So, we have had at least 2 talks with the American counterpart from US PACOM to come up with procedures on how to go about handling cases with respect to Article 5.
So at least nag-meeting na kayo at nasimulan na yung pag-uusap.
Yes, ma'am. At
okay.
We will have our meeting again this September so that we could touch base again with our counterparts. We don't know whether our counterparts were also replaced already by other officials. So it's high time that we will touch base again and rekindle what we have talked about during these meetings.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. I think what I need at this point are very broad strokes. I'm sorry. From the DFA rather than the details, no? There is interest in updating the MDT in some fashion, although you and I are very well aware how difficult, how laborious, how contentious the amendments of military treaties is. No? So that being the case, maybe in very broad strokes, you could tell me what are the possibilities for the MDT? Let's begin with the oldest one. The MDT, I think in the past, there have been discussions that without amending the treaty, we could actually go, I don't know, Secretary and Yusek Angelo, Yusek De Leon, we could actually go the route of other countries, which is to put guidelines as a subsequent attachment or annex to the Mutual Defense Treaty. I believe that other military allies of the United States have done so with success. And the NATO certainly has addenda very frequently. Is there something we can do with this regard? The concern really has been that the MDT is a very outdated document, obviously. It was decades ago. And the issue of invasion and other exterior attacks have been overtaken by domestic terrorism, territorial disputes, and other problems. So the MDT no longer appears to be for many sectors responsive to our present military problems. So, Secretary Manalo, I'm sure the DFA is fully aware of the alternatives to treaty amendment. What if, dagdagan na lang natin ng addendum, katulad ng ibang bansa, kung saan klaro yung mechanism that will instigate action on either side, klaro kung anong sagot natin dito sa atin, ano yung sagot nila, and so on and so forth. Maybe to a little bit more detail and more clarification than we have at present. What are your thoughts, Secretary Manalo, please? We are just brainstorming. I will not hold you to this. This is not a testimony that you will be bound by.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what you mentioned is actually the impression that we actually have the MDT, a treaty. As you know, it's very difficult to amend because it's a terribly long process and it will reopen everything. So I think the general approach now is to try and clarify certain provisions of the treaty, and that is precisely what is going on now, especially starting this year. We have begun clarificatory talks with the U.S. on certain provisions.
At which level, sir?
It's a senior official level.
Okay.
And in fact,
So that's State Department to our DFA. Pero hindi pa ministerial.
hindi pa, but it's DFA, DND, and then the U.S. Defense and State. But as I mentioned, at technical level pa. But they've already met, and maybe I could ask my assistant secretary from American Affairs, who's actually been dealing with that. Maybe he could go a little bit more on these talks. Assistant Secretary J.B. Chan Gonzaga.
Yes,
Gonzaga.
ASEC Gonzaga. Yes, you're recognized, please. If you could tell us. Maybe there have been previous examples, that's correct, of addenda to the MDTs that the United States has signed with other countries, di ba?
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good afternoon. Yeah, just to briefly give us a timeline. Obviously, Madam Chair, I'll be able to give more details if this was a closed session. But since this is an open public hearing, I just wanted
No,
to.
we're just attempting broad strokes at this juncture so that we have an overall idea of what we need to do. The administration is fresh and new. There are 6 years with a lot of work to do. So we just need to outline what all the work lies before us.
Yes, ma'am, understood. So essentially, this process really started in December 2018 when the former Secretary of National Defense, Delphine Lorenzana, asked for a review of the Mutual Defense Treaty. And so there had been discussions over the years. And last year, during the bilateral strategic dialogue that we have information on which we've submitted to you in our position paper, it was decided formally by both sides to make the process more formal. And as Secretary Manalo said, initial formal discussions had begun on the clarificatory talks for the Philippine-U.S. Mutual Defense Treaty in early 2022. So we've had a couple of meetings already at senior officials level, both at the level of Assistant Secretary at DFA and Assistant Secretary at DND, and Assistant Secretary on the Department of Defense side in the United States, and then I understand a Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary on the State Department side, attending for the U.S. So there are ongoing talks, and just to address your point about the past practice of certain countries, actually, I think what we're looking at is something like the operational guidelines of the Japan-United States Mutual Defense Treaty. So we know about those past practices, and we've referred to the Japanese model as a possible inspiration for what we
Yes,
want to
that's
do.
right. Yes, that's become very well known, and controversial, in fact. Did you submit a position regarding the updating of the MDT in your submission to this committee?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it included? I can't seem to find it. I'm sorry. The committee secretary is unable to trace it. May napadala ba kayo? Explicit on the MDT.
Yes, ma'am, but perhaps not as detailed as you in term, because it was a general position paper on the 3 agenda items referring to the MDT, the VFA, and the EDCA. But we can certainly provide your office a more detailed.
Well, I don't need
update on-
I don't need all the details. I just basically need an update so I can report back to the plenary, essentially telling us what we can do about the MDT so that it's responsive to the present issues of the military day. Parang wala kasi dito, hindi namin mahanap. Anyway, it's easily rectified. Send me a short brief para lang alam ko yung sinabi mo na nagmi-meeting naman on a official basis pero tuloy-tuloy pa. So we've done that, and then the option of a Japan addendum is also being explored, or such other possibilities pwede. Okay.
Yes po. And Madam Chair, just to
Sorry, I think what the committee secretary requested the FA kasi was about the passports and the and I think what you submitted is just a briefer of the PCVF. Yun lang. Tama ba?
Madam Chair, I think the PCVF submitted their own position paper on
Yun nga eh, kaya nga eh. I just want to go through the chronological list if you don't mind.
Yes po.
So, pwede
definitely make
bigyan
sure.
naman ninyo ako ng brief. Madali lang. Madali, simple lang naman eh. Kasi there's concern from many quarters, including the defense establishment, that the MDT is not workable. Hence, it should be updated. Pero as Secretary Manalo echoed, the truth is amending a treaty is a difficult and almost impossible task. Hence, we can explore the possibility of an addendum or working guidelines.
Yes,
that's all you need to tell us. Para I just have it on record.
Madam Chair, with your permission, just to into the record, since this is a public committee hearing, I think it's important to note that the United States has already clarified that armed attack on public vessels in the West Philippine Sea, I mean the South China Sea, will be covered by the Mutual Defense Treaty, and that's something that's been reaffirmed even by the Biden administration and by a number of officials who visited recently. Thank you.
Alam natin yan, pero alam rin natin ano nangyari, di ba? Pag nagbabago sila ng opisyal, nagbabago rin ng posisyon, maganda yung nakasulat. Iba na yun eh. Politicians say strange things during elections, so.
But I think, Madam Chair, with your permission, it's a I guess a positive thing to note that this was initially affirmed by Secretary Pompeo, who was.
Yes, I understand, but you all recall that derives from the period of President Obama, during which iba yung stand nila. Diba? Yun ang problema dyan eh. Diba? Nung Presidente Obama, yung State Department, iba yung sinasabi. Nung dumating si Secretary Pompeo, na-reassure naman tayong lahat. Ngayon, kay Secretary Blinken, sinunod naman niya yung kay Pompeo. Pero ang problema, hindi natin masasabi kung anong susunod. Kaya maganda na nakasulat na yan. Diba? Ako na magsasabi sa inyo, yung mga politiko pa, iba-iba kami.
Yes, Madam Chair, and that's exactly, I mean, I think that's one of the principal objectives that we have for the clarificatory talks. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all I meant. That's all I meant. We have reassurance now, but we're never certain. They have an upcoming midterm election and thereafter a presidential election. So, alam naman natin yan. Anything from the DND regarding the MDT? Perhaps you should participate also if guidelines or an addendum will be formulated.
Yes, ma'am. We have also submitted and we have prepared a briefing on the value of the MDT in terms of defense and the armed forces.
No, I think defending the MDT is not our goal. Our objective at this point is to put flesh on the bones of the ancient MDT. It's ancient. So it speaks of invasion and invasionary forces. You and I know that what we're facing is domestic terrorism and secessionist movements and territorial challenges. That being the case, the MDT is perceived to be unresponsive. Anong gagawin natin para ma-update siya? At para magawang tunay na kaalyado ang mga Amerikano para sa atin.
Yes, ma'am. As I mentioned, the value of the MDT to the armed force of the Philippines in terms of helping us upgrade our capabilities in terms of the requirements to implement the treaty when it is required. But of course, it is a 1951 document, admittedly, and we also submit to the BFA's position of the need for clarificatory matters to be discussed.
Hindi, kasi kayo ang mas nakakaalam kung paano, ano yung mga mechanism, what needs to occur to set the entire process into play.
Yes.
Kayo nakakaalam kayo yung frontliner na literal.
Yes,
Kaya
ma'am.
sana, sabihin na ninyo, ano yung mechanism natin para klarong-klaro. Kahit magpalit ang administrasyon, kahit ano pa, hindi na siya subject to interpretation. Alam niyo yun?
Opo, ma'am. Subsequent implementing arrangements have also been made, such as the VFA, the EDCA is a valuable arrangement, the EDCA, and also the MLSA, the Mutual Logistics Support Arrangement. So these are implementing arrangements up to the MDT on how we will be able to implement effectively the MDT given the current operational conditions on the ground. Hence, we do not view the MDT in isolation. We consider all the implementing arrangements as part of the MDT rather. And there are certain mechanisms at the level of the Defense Department and the DFA, such as the bilateral strategic dialogues that are being done annually.
Not the mechanism I'm referring to. I'm referring to what would we consider a warlike action that will call our military allies into action. Yun ang hinahanap ko. Diba yun ang sinasabi na dapat maliwanag yun? Katulad ng Japan,
Opo, ma'am.
Korea. Kasi hindi siya maliwanag
Yes.
Ano dapat gawin? Kasi dun sa MDT, susugpuin ng Pilipinas, di ba?
Yeah. Several current pronouncements have been made by leaders of both of the country. And of course, in a joint vision statement, but of course, these are statements, I would agree, Madam Chair, on the 75th anniversary of the Philippines-U.S. Establishment of diplomatic relations, it was affirmed that the U.S. commitment to the MDT obligations are affirmed. Yun mo sinasabi. But of course, once again, these are statements. And I agree to the Madam Chair's manifestation.
I think what I'm saying is we need you to participate in the crafting of the addendum simply because you are the frontliners and because you know what constitutes a trigger action that should make the mechanism such as we can formulate into quick action and response. Yun ang kailangan namin So magtulungan tayo tungkol dyan.
Opo, ma'am.
Madali makipag-usap sa kung sino man kung maliwanag sa iyo kung ano ang gusto mo. You have to be very, very clear before negotiating what your non-negotiable issues are and what are the points that you can give away. Kaya magkaliwanagan muna tayo dito sa Pilipinas. Yun ang tinatanong ko, di ba? Kasi parang hindi pa rin tayo maliwanag kung ano yung mechanism na gusto natin, ano yung para sa atin trigger sa very, very warlike action, yung ganon. At saka ano ina-expect natin sa kanila. Ano ina-expect naman nila sa atin? Dapat maliwanag yun di ba? Ewan ko. I think that's what we need, and I think Asek Gonzaga will need the help also of the DND. At which we have the NSC, but napipilayan yata yung NSC. Wala tayong mga tauhan dito. Nandito rin yung DOJ. Nandito naman yung NSC. You would like, do you have any participation? There are two deputy DGs. Tungkol naman sa Mutual Defense Treaty, may idadagdag ba kayo?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, you recognize DDG Castillo.
Yes, I agree with you that I think the MDT should reflect the actual needs of the Philippines on the ground. I think, but it's also not only on the part of the Philippines, because it is not always a case that the Philippines is the one going to seek assistance from the US. It's also possible that the US might also be needing assistance from the Philippines. And yes, I think the challenge is that the MDT is premised on interstate war, when the more imminent challenge today is actually the protection of our territorial integrity, and the protection of our marine environment. So the
Yes, that's
MDT
right.
must cover those areas, Madam Chair.
Sige, so NSC can help us also. What I would like siguro is for the Senate to understand what is our position on the MDT. Whether it takes the form of an addendum or just negotiating points, regardless, at least maliwalag tayo kung anong gusto natin. Mahirap makipag-usap pag malabo yung yung pakay mo. Dapat maliwanag yung pakay mo, ano bang gusto mo, di ba? So, magkaisa tayo, DND, NSC, DFA, DOJ, nandyan din, AFP, we're all here, right? So let's get together on that. At which, I'd like to address the VFA. There are issues that are considered inequitable or unjust or unclear in the VFA that were meant to be addressed by VFA 2 but continue to be contentious, as Mr. Buanga already told us. The swirling controversy around Article 5 persists, and it's important that we address them. Is there anything in the VFA that needs to be amended? The VFA is not so ancient and sacrosanct as the MDT. Baka may pag-asa dagdagan o baguhin. The secretary or Mr. Buanga, anybody would like to suggest amendments, or is there any need for an amendment? Kasi parang bitin pa yung sagot ng VFA 2, hindi po ba? Lalo nga dun sa Article 5 na yan, na problematic hanggang ngayon.
Ma'am, yung BFA is only procedural. It took care of arriving forces, in-country forces, and then yung processing out and monitoring the activities, exercises of the MDB, SEB. But if we want to have a policy improvement, it should be through the Department of National Defense and the DFA. Kasi kami monitoring and
Tama.
procedural .
Siguro yung meron rin bang mga posisyon ng DFA? Like I said, I will not hold you to any of these discussions as the position or the official stand of your department. But it has been commented on more than one occasion by more than one authority that the VFA is inequitable in not only its implementation, as Mr. Bonga said, but more importantly, in some of its provisions. So, kung meron kayong suggestion for improvement, palagay ko mas may pag-asa kasi maamyendahan ang VFA 1 and 2 kesa sa MDT. Baka kakayanin pa because of the very vociferous objections of then President Duterte, as you recall. So, Secretary Manalo or Yusek De Leon, just off the top of your heads, brainstorm lang po ito. Hindi naman kayo ipapako sa mga sinasabi ninyo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, on the VFA, the really big issue was the one on criminal jurisdiction, and that has been addressed in this technical arrangement just recently,
Last year.
just last year. So that was the main problem, and I think with that, but at the moment, maybe I have to look back. There doesn't seem to be any pressing at the moment.
Yes, maybe we can ask our legal if there's anything that needs improvement in the VFA, because according to my study, there remain certain inequitable provisions with regard to the free entry and the visa issuances to Filipinos versus Americans. Parang hindi pa rin pantay di ba? Parang si Asek Gonzaga may alam. Secretary Manalo, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Yes, Madam Chair, you're correct. I think there are still lingering issues that was supposed to be addressed by VFA2, which is the counterpart for Philippine troops.
Pero hindi pumayag hindi nagkasundo
Yeah, so perhaps that is something that we can put also on the agenda of the DFA and DND, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Yes, I think at this juncture, we can probably try to get some amendments in to clarify and to finally make sure that the VFA is mutual and reciprocal. Yung EDCA naman, napaka-importante para sa atin. Pero sa tingin ko, yung EDCA na yan, hindi pa nai-implement. Hindi po ba? That's the problem with the EDCA is the implementation. There's no work needed on the part of the DFA, but EDCA continues, di ba, simple things like infrastructure, building equipment, na sa palagay ko, dun sa 5 identified as the EDCA bases, dadalwa pa lang ang na-activate. Tama po ba?
Let me check our staff on the EDCA issues, Madam Secretary.
Kayo kayo magbi-brief sa akin, nagiging baliktad. Yes, Asek Gonzaga, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and with the indulgence of Yusek De Leon, I'm sure they can provide more of the details. But
Yeah nga, but now we're just
yes.
looking at the framework para we know what we're confronted with in the next few years.
Well, Yusek, please.
Yes, please proceed. Asek Gonzaga, you were about to say something.
No, I was just, we were just going to say that indeed po, you're correct. The EDCA is like circa 2014. It's now 2022, and I think there have been many challenges over the past few years. Of course, COVID, we always blame. But before that, there were certain issues, both on the US and on the Philippine side. But I guess the bottom line is that indeed it's not where we want it to be, sana, at this point in 8 years. But essentially, I guess we've been working with DND and with other agencies, and I think there is a sense of urgency really on both the US and Philippine side to implement as many of the projects as possible sooner rather than later. Pero si Yusek siguro has more detail.
Kasi, hindi po ba, yan ang problema. Lahat tayo nagkakaisa na kailangan tulungan ang armed forces natin from NSC to DND to our DFA. We're all in agreement. EDCA was supposed to address that in some way or other. And yet, it has only been partially implemented. Sa madaling sabi, lugi ang Pilipinas. Pinirmahan natin yan, pero hindi naman ginampanan at itinupad yung nakalistar yan. Yusek De Leon, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The 5 EDCA sites has 21 ongoing projects. For the specifics, may I request that Colonel Diaz of J5 be recognized?
Right. What percentage? Ganito na lang, kasi nagmamadali na rin tayo, maraming nag-iintay. What percentage of the development and infrastructure listed in EDCA is actually accomplished as we speak today?
Colonel Diaz?
Yung natapos na, ilang percentage? Kung bibigyan mo ng grade from 1 to 100, nangangalahati na ba? Last time I looked, it wasn't even a half.
It's about 25%, ma'am.
There we go. So
Yes,
it's a
ma'am.
quarter. It's a mere quarter of what we envisioned when we signed EDCA. That's correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, so perhaps you can give me a brief on what needs to be done, indicating which are the priorities. Kasi hindi naman pwedeng gawin sabay-sabay. Lahat tayo may kakulangan, sila rin. Naghahagilap rin sila ng budget. Matindi ang problema post-COVID. So, perhaps what you can do is you give me na lang the priorities at saka yung buong listahan ng utang. Okay? So,
Yes, ma'am, we will do that, ma'am.
yes, so that we're very, very clear. What I understand from EDCA is that it's a question of very slow implementation. Tama ba ang impression ko na ganon?
Ma'am, considering the time that EDCA was signed and the 25% accomplishment Yes.
It's quite
yeah.
miserable, right?
Yes, and we will submit the details of this report, Madam Chair.
It's right up there with the AFP modernization ba?
Uh,
Hindi, linuloko ka lang kayo. Kasalanan rin ng Congress, hindi naman kayo binibigyan ng pera eh. Okay, so are there any comments from the DFA regarding EDCA?
I think what Mr.
May babaguhin pa ba doon? Parang okay naman siya eh, kaya lang naghihintay lang na
Yeah.
maging totoo, di ba?
Kailangan
Tama ba?
ma-implement yung-
Yes, Secretary Manalo, please.
Yeah, I think it's okay. It just has to be implemented.
yeah,
Some of the parts.
Yeah.
I opine, ma'am, that the 5 EDCA sites are okay. It's the matter of implementing the projects that has to be accelerated, Madam.
Yes, whereas the VFA bears review, di ba?
Agree, ma'am. The department agrees that a revisiting of the VAA may be in order.
And then the MDT, we really have to enhance and expand and clarify. Tama?
Agree, ma'am.
Oh, sige. Sige, so that we're very, very clear lang, maybe we just need a deadline. I'm sorry, we do need a deadline. We're all going to the States. This is the problem. So we need to speak with one voice. We're going to the States very, very soon, right? When are you leaving, po, Secretary?
On the 18 of September. That's Sunday. Next week, maybe. By next week, would it be right?
All right.
All right.
You know what? Perhaps regarding the MDT and so on, your legal together with ASEC Gonzaga can just liaise with USEC and give me something. I'm also leaving for the US like you are. The president is addressing the General Assembly at the UN on the 20th. Is that correct?
Yeah, in the afternoon, second speaker.
Yes, thereafter, I have some informal / official meetings in Washington kasi baka may magawa tayo, di ba? Pero you have to give me the briefer so that I'm able to push the right buttons.
Next week, before the end of next week?
Oh, I think even if you're away, so that they can consult properly, kahit wag na masyado makapal, basta briefer lang talaga.
Okay.
Ano yung mga talking points muna? Tungkol sa MDT, tungkol sa VFA, saka yung nabanggit na naman ni Mr. Buanga yung sa Article 5 yung talaga yung mahiwaga doon, and then certain other entry and visa issues. Yun lang naman sa VFA, hindi naman ganun kakomplikado. Yung EDCA, I think, Colonel, you can be the one to write down the utang list. At mahaba-haba pa po. Sige, thank you very much. And any other concerns, I welcome all sorts of unsolicited advice. And if you have any brilliant ideas between now, if there's any divine inspiration between now and the departure for the US, I'd welcome them and will relay them as quickly as possible. So thank you all. Unfortunately, we did not have a very sanguine start with the DFA, but you're all here today bearing with us. Thank you. The DND, thank you. I'm sorry I had to make you wait. We have to get RCEP out of the way as quickly as possible. But we will go into executive session as soon as the NSC is reconstituted and in town. All right. Thank you very much for your participation with that. This hearing of the Committee on Foreign Relations is hereby suspended. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, ma'am.